Yeah, Space MOBA Fractured Space.
Mm.
What else you downloading, Steve? Steam Works Common Redistributables. But I wanted the Steam Works Rare Redistributables. Not mythic or anything, just rare.
Yes, I'm not even 100% sure right now if I'll be able to get 100% sync on everything. That's why I should put so then I can
100% stick.
So I was doing some research and it sounds like I'm probably alright. But
Also, installing a random dot.
I'm kind of worried about this because I really hope I don't have to complete this list. Because looking at this, I don't think I can complete the list anymore because it's had some kind of a problem. No, I'm not saying whether I can do it. I'm not starting over from scratch if this is broken.
You know, by 600 will get this, right?
So if you guys happen to know, remember whether you did all of the guild challenges or whether any of them were undone, that would be helpful. Because it kind of sounds like they're not required. But I don't know how much time I want to put into trying when I got strong suspicions it won't work. Not guaranteeing because it doesn't really sound like you have to complete all of these, but it would seem strange to get 100% sync without completing this. And I definitely don't feel like putting in another 5 or 10 hours or something trying to get 100% only to then find out that it's not going to work.
Hey, what's different about the closet?
Hmm?
There's something different about your closet. You're not in the closet anymore. No, come here and look. And explain it to me.
All I know is that I was able to do all of the courtesy missions without having completed all of these things.
We have to fight the castle, aren't you?
Definitely a.
So where are the 2 R's?
I just wasn't sure whether these contributed to the sync percentage or not. That lines up with the research that I had done as well. So if it sounds like it to you as well, then I may as well end up continuing. So we're not going to continue now because it's near the end of the show. So thank you for joining us. We will resume next year, which of course sounds like such a long time, although it's really anything less than 4 hours or more at this point. My favorite time of year, I can, just after midnight, say silly things that sound silly, like, do you realize that I haven't had a shower since last year? And it makes perfect sense because you say that at 12:05 and it just means you haven't had a shower for the last 5 minutes. Oh, okay, interesting. Weird. So that probably just means that they it displays with a limit of 5, but they actually set it with a limit of 10.
What?
Okay.
Is there anything else you need washed?
Need? Not really.
Strange, but
I mean, there's dirty
the
stuff
text
in
is
there
that
that
they
can be
probably
washed.
just got that as variables, and then everything from the slash is text, so it's not a variable.
There's a bunch of
it's
boxes
just
too.
Variable and
They
then
need to decide
slash 5 space.
what to do with, where they need to go,
That
and is there a way to make them take up less room than they currently are?
Oh, I love it.
like I
The
said,
Orange Juice Christmas event has a
no, I
co-op.
plan on trying to
mini game thing. In the Christmas game mode, all players will build a snow castle together every 6 chapters.
Aw.
After 24 chapters, the game ends and whoever built the most wins. Backstory being that like 1,000 kids wished for a castle for Christmas. Snow castles are built using snow, which collects on untraveled panels over time. Oh, neat. Oh, you can initiate a snowball fight for a cost of 10 snow. Of course. Snow levels lasts for 3 rounds of attacking defense until everyone in the party is hit. Defending gives you a new event cards. They can be used during the battle.
Solidifying your room with a couple of damn nails. Notice that, like I did
Oh,
last
no, I didn't notice.
The history of who?
So,
Zoe.
That's adorable. You should watch it.
it's a record.
Like ribs?
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty certain you don't watch extra credits or extra history or any of that. But their new manager guy, his cat pretty much inserted herself into the branding,
Cute.
and she's adorable. And because they raised a bunch of money on the charity stream, they made a little backstory of the kitty video, and it's adorable. She's really pretty too. She appears to be a black self with like emerald green eyes. It is striking.
She's probably wearing contacts.
And she's a squeaky little thing too.
Hey, thanks for the resub, bros. You've subscribed for 13 months.
Ooh.
That's like a lunar year. Are you doing the bi-weekly sub?
Okay. Let's,
Oh dear.
blah, blah, blah.
I heard something happen.
Yeah, it did sound a bit like fireworks.
Mm-hmm. At least it's raining. They won't set anything on fire.
Yeah.
Early for the fireworks.
Unintentionally, anyway. Yes, yes. First time setup. It says, yep, they've been happening there too. It's nowhere near. It's 8. It is 8. What'd she say?
Teddy's so soft.
Mm-hmm.
Remy puts it with unusual eloquence for her.
So, it's New Year's Eve. I'm 37.
Happy birthday. Hey, that's right. We let it get past
That's
your.
a prank.
I meant to tell you official happy birthday on our way to getting the pizza. And there was the siren, emergency vehicle, whatever the heck that was.
Happy Prime.
It is a prime.
The siren thing reminds me of something dumb.
What's that?
I think it was at the Small Mart. Do you know that company that makes the F5 beer and the other like blatantly Oklahoma beer?
Vaguely?
There's another flavor of blatantly Oklahoma, at least in name, beer. They call it Saturday Siren.
Yeah. Yeah.
They should have called it lunch siren because everyone calls it that. But yeah,
Well, we call it that.
a lot of people call it that. Part of it may be my fault because I said it a lot in college and high school.
Your power
So
just
maybe
cut
that's why
out.
people- What the douche? What happened? My power cut out at like 8 p.m. on New Year's Eve.
That's an inconvenient time for that to happen. I mean, it's always an inconvenient time for that to happen, but you know.
It's also a little confusing because not that big power demand right now. Really.
One would expect.
People are probably just watching stuff on TV or a computer. Maybe tuning into a new thing. Like one says, "Happy birthday!"
Thank you.
Wish you guys could join us. We've got 2 types of cake and too many snacks.
And pizza. Pizza courtesy of TJ.
Yes. And I'll be cutting the cheese later
Daniel.
to put on the garlic butter Ritz. What'd you think of it?
You know what you said.
Did you think I meant that I was going to just like turn around into the microphone and do a stinky fart at the audience?
You would.
No, that's a little much, honestly. It's a little much.
So anyway, welcome to the New Year's Throne. We're going to be doing multiplayer stuff. I don't know what we're going to start with. Help me decide. What do y'all want to play? I'm up for whatever. Remy made my chair spin.
360 cat spin chair. 360 chair cat. Dr. Thorpe cat in your chair again. Dr. Thorpe meow.
Daniel got me Tetris Effect, so that is an option.
Oh yes.
There's
online co-op where you like fight the Zodiac for some reason.
And see, there's always Jackbox. There's one of those online Cards Against Humanity clones. There's
Duck Game.
There's Duck Game.
If you're one of those dorks that plays 100% orange juice, we got that.
Yeah, 100% orange juice. What else?
I should bring up the moderator view. I meant to do that right.
We could. What's the name of it? What's it called?
Describe it.
Broken Picture Phone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, know that. How much pizza did you have?
3 slices.
Me too. The one in slices was small. Very small. I made sure of it.
Yeah, my third slice, I had the two slices that were left at the edge. One was small, one was large, and I went for the small one.
Mm. Oh, what if you threw the pizza into like a pond and then a fairy came out with 2 pizzas and it was like, which of these did you just throw in here?
And then I get 2 soggy pizzas out of it? What?
No, then you pick the correct pizza and then she gives you like a gilded pizza.
I can't eat gold.
Like, ding, ding, ding. This isn't an improvement. Honest pizza. Apparently the trope doesn't work all the time.
Let's see what else we got. I should have a.
Come back, Rose's power.
That's not the right thing, nor is that. Well, let's see here.
Eyebrow dance.
We could Amogus.
Plans go, I find that a bit suspect.
We could just start a Civ game and do that all night.
Hope you like volcanoes. So I put out kind of a general invite in the shenanigans channel. Cat started to type something but didn't finish.
I don't have the new Guilty Gear, but I have the previous Guilty Gear, which has online multiplayer.
I thought you did have the new Guilty Gear.
Nope.
I saw on your wish list you had like Guilty Gear Strive.
Yeah, that's the new one.
Oh, okay. I thought Revelator was the new one.
No, Revelator's been out for a few years
And I
now.
was like, wait, he wants Strive, but he already has Revelator? I've seen him play Revelator. I'm confused. But I'm less confused. Okay. Strive's the one where we see people come to a horrifying conclusion.
What?
A horrified conclusion.
Oh, that, yes.
You can see on his face the moment he realized he should have listened and stopped thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. See, there's the ship. That's a fun one if anybody has that.
Oh, shit.
Looks like I don't know a lot of people who have it, though.
You can get on board and take a steaming on the deck. One of the upper decks, maybe.
Daniel.
I'm not sure that's a gameplay mechanic. It probably
No.
shouldn't be.
No, it's a
Ooh, can you steer the ship into the Suez Canal?
that's not the kind of game it is.
Ever given to...
Electric Boogaloo. But no, it's like a secret murder thing. You have a particular target, and someone has you as their target, and you go around trying to surreptitiously approach your target while avoiding your would-be assassin.
Lord Bombry inquires, does the ship still have servers?
I don't know.
And Rose says, okay, I think I'm back.
Oh,
Hey,
good.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We were just going over potential options.
Yeah. Like Civ, we could Stellaris and just be at that all night. Could do something in Tabletop Simulator.
And as mentioned before, there's Duck Game, there's 100% Orange Juice for the Dorcases that play that.
Yup.
That is way too many Steam windows. Oh my goodness. There's Tetris Effect connected.
Mm-hmm.
Who all has that?
Let's
Who
see.
all has that? Cotton Eye Joe.
I know 2 people who have it.
Am I one of them?
Nope. Strangely. Oh, no, that's on the wish list.
Okay. That confuses me a little. I may have failed to install it, but I do have it.
It actually doesn't list anyone as having played the game before.
Actually, I successfully installed it, but you need a graphics card, which means don't be this laptop.
Mm-hmm.
Presumably, newer laptops might be able to do it too.
See, do I have any other multiplayer games that are just uncategorized? Haven't gotten sorted into the right.
Sorted.
Excuse me.
Guns of Icarus on.
There's that, yeah.
Garfield cart.
I don't have that. Interplanetary. We'd be at that for a while.
Do you have the enhanced edition?
Yep.
Yes.
You're the only person who has played it on my friends list.
He has it too. I know he does. 5D chess with multiverse time travel? No. Oh yeah, we mentioned Amogus.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned a couple of other ones that I lost track of already.
Jackboxes, Guilty Years, the ship.
The boat.
Soviet jump game.
That actually could be done. For some reason, standalone Quiplash. I get so sad every time I see Space-Based DF9 on here.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there
they-
a Golden Girls game to play in memory and in honor of Betty White?
No, there is not.
No.
Oh, that's too bad. Are you sure there's not? There could be out there somewhere.
I think I've seen like joke box art.
Is there a
That
game
someone
called
made.
Thank You for Being a Friend?
Tabletop Simulator, Tetris Effect, Civ. Just start that and take up the whole night.
Who the heck is Sid Meier?
It's the creator of Civ.
See, Rose says, I like
Did you have
Civ,
to-
haha. You know me, I'm not huge on a lot of game genres because they stress me out. Surely there is something Betty White themed. If we do Civ, I'll make my religion Betty White.
There you go.
There we go.
I would join that religion.
Would you join that Civ game?
No.
Come
What,
on.
is Sid Meier, is he like the Donald Trump of
What? No.
games? Slapping his name everywhere?
No, he's just a recognized name, so his name gets attached to the game title.
I don't know who he is. Don't you say anything about me being old either. Just because I've got a 37-year-old kid.
Rose says, it does feel a little like Trump. Like, I don't care who that guy is. I just want to play the game. Sid Meier's not so bad. American McGee, on the other hand.
Really?
If you ever played American McGee Presents American McGee's American McGee, you know that guy just slaps his name on all the things.
That, from what I've read, he's actually pretty cool.
Well, that's good to know. I just know for a while there was a joke about how he puts his name on all the things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when like that's something that would make sense for someone like Suda51 to do, just to like indicate, hey, this game has nothing to do with my other games, but it's one of my games, so you know what you're in for. Vaguely.
Beware, Suda51 wrote this.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark also has Don't Starve Together.
I do. I think that's just a 2-player thing, though,
Multiplayer
isn't it?
version of Don't Starve. Oh, goodness, it might be. You have to get like Don't Starve Village or whatever the heck it is.
Let's see. Do I have anything on any other platform? That would be good.
Lord Brie, any preferences on your end?
Library.
Did I see a frog?
You might have. I wasn't paying attention.
Saw something somewhat Batrachian in nature. Well, in shape, Aaron.
There's Carcassonne, but I've never played the board game that it's based on, so I wouldn't have any idea how to play it.
Lord Brie says, "What are they? I just got back from the bathroom."
Oh, whoops.
Woo! Okay, top of the list then.
Well, here, go to... Actually, no, my backloggery wouldn't have things categorized by multiplayer. But, I mean, it would still give you... come on. Try that.
I feel like that might present too many options.
Well, yeah, but like, if someone has something that they feel like playing, that they have that we could play together, then they can just be like, "Oh, does he have that?" Da-da-da. I wish I could tag games in that as being multiplayer or not. That would be good.
I don't know why that's not a thing.
I feel like I've got at least one other board game thing somewhere.
What are the game?
Ticket to Ride. I've got that somewhere. PC version of that. And of course, any board games that I have in Tabletop Simulator.
I was about to say, were you thinking of For the King or something?
No?
I have no idea if that's online play or not.
There's For the King, but yeah, I have no idea if it has online multiplayer, because I've never played it. A whole lot of things here that I don't know whether or not they're multiplayer.
Yeah, we've got a Tetris Effect connected if you ever wanted to play online co-op Tetris. Or you could do online competitive. That game has like all of the modes. Each mode.
Unavailable.
I don't think it lacks any modes.
Why is that unavailable?
Battlefront 2?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They shut down servers on that thing?
I don't know. Yeah, in library. Why can't I install it?
We're looking at some 4X or grand strategy shenanigans like Stellaris or Civ.
Steve?
Civ.
Civ.
I said Civ.
Oh, okay.
Yes, let us play the game of Steve. We've got Interplanetary if you ever wanted to play Scorched Earth in space with the tech tree. Scorched tree in space.
Oh, yeah. Let's,
Earth.
Oh, hey.
There's nerds.
Yeah, there's Nerds. We could play Nerds.
Like one says, can you build a Steve that will stand the test of time? Swelling orchestral music. Oh man, my Steve fell over.
Hey, I know what we can do on the stream.
What
There's,
we
of
can
course,
do
two
on the
Jackboxes.
stream.
Clip Teddy's claws and brush Vince's teeth and trim Grimmy's butt.
I
Are you trying
think
to
those
turn
are.
this into an injury stream.
Yeah, and see just how much blood they can all draw.
I'm pretty sure that violates Twitch's terms of service.
Oh, really?
Uh huh.
Probably.
Why?
Blood.
Showing
Injury,
private parts
showing
or the
injury,
violence.
the violence.
The lapine and feline violence. Speaking of felines,
All those things need to get done.
They do. They certainly do. Bless you. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Are any of these multiplayer? Technically, Neverwinter Nights is multiplayer, but
Sort of.
sort of. Torchlight 2 is multiplayer, but I don't think that's really suited as like a one-off. Hibbity-hop, hibbity-hop, hibbity-hop.
Cigarette, are you playing Kitten's game?
No, I'm not actually sure what that game is.
Trying to get those unicorn tears?
What's the keyboard doing over there? Do-do-do. Why does the keyboard keep turning off? Or more specifically, why do I keep turning the keyboard off? I don't have a reason to do that.
Strange reflex?
I guess.
Oh, the reflex is a lonely thing. It does stuff. And hucks things at stuff with a fling. that doesn't really work well.
You know what? Rose suggested making a religion out of Betty White in Civ. Let's I like the sound of that. Let's play Civ.
You know, I think I've seen a Let's Play of Civ before.
What did she say there?
Lol. I've seen LRR's Cam play. Oh yeah, I saw when he tried to play Solaris.
Yeah, he's done that a few times. All right, then.
I'm not very good at Solaris, but he clearly never played before, and it was sort of painful. I was like, oh, why'd you turn the tutorial to robot off? Oh boy, it's gonna be problems.
Let's see here.
I miss Talking Simulator.
Yeah. Yeah, Cam and Alex was a really great combination of hosts.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Steve, for some reason, says zip.
Kefka, no.
I don't think Kefka's gonna be on this.
Does Steve have Civ? Does Steve have Stiv?
Sid Meier's Civilization again.
I forget what his icon looks like on Steam.
Ooh, that's the Civ that isn't installed on his computer.
Yeah, it doesn't work on that one.
Oh, neat. That makes sense. Old. Steve has Civs 5.
Ah, this was going to be 6. Well, okay, let's do something else then. We have 5 people now, so let's things. Sorry. Let's do some Jackbox.
That sounds like a start.
It's,
Folks in chat, throw in votes if you want to play like Amogus or Tetris Effect or something. We can throw in some rounds of that. This duck game. The various multiplayer things we've proffered.
yes. Come on, computer. There we go. All right, now.
Also, after a few rounds, I suspect we're going to take a, not really an intermission, but I guess like a mukbang break for birthday cake. There are 2 kinds. Because I've been slightly out of control this season.
All right, that's not the right thing there. Game auto detect, good.
Hi. Are you making the chair softer? You're making it cuter.
Oh, do I... Oh, there we go. Can I not? Oh, no, I can. Okay.
Rose said, I see Vince. Lord Barbary said, do not panic. Rose said, Lamau Daniel poiking his head in. Lord Barbary says, this is only a test. Mike One says, this is only a test. The silent movie. Grab the old alien space rectangle over here. Phones are weird. Phones are really weird. Rose is making a log for New Year's.
Why did that launch over there?
She just has to finish the ganache.
Oh, because I forgot to.
Two questions. making a Yule log? And what under the stars is ganache? It sounds like someone mispronouncing Ganesh. Whatever it is, it sounds prodigious. Oh, the cake. Okay, I thought you meant like the wood burn. The classic Yule log of the elders. Nash is chocolate. Understood. Yeah, I thought you were like up and making a Yule log. You know, the ones that like burn colors and have nice smells. And I was like, did someone get you a subscription to Skillshare or something? What's happening? Just been picking up all sorts of new abilities.
There we go. Oh, we're up to 7 now. Awesome.
Part 7?
No, I mean we're up to 7 viewers.
Okay.
I was going to start with Blather Round, which is 6, but that's fine. I think it accepts an audience.
I thought we had 8.
So, everybody, join on in.
Ah, you have a Masterclass subscription? Is that different from the Great Courses Plus? Which has changed their name to Wondrium for reasons.
Weird.
Steve says, "Howdy, ants." And one says, "Chocolate cake, brought to you by the remover of obstacles."
Lord Bobry got vipped.
Oh no! Let's see.
Having a cookie.
And then TFDC. Everybody says, "Oh no, I forgot to wait. Now I have the power of pressure of leadership." There's this ultimate power.
And we're all in. Easy? Who easy? Heh, who is he?
The Rubbery says, "Well, friend here who's joining me."
Oh, cool. Hello.
Rose says, "I bet Izzy isn't actually a he, though." There's a cookie.
Welcome to Blather Round, the game where there's no wrong answers except for most of the answers. You're going to present a secret prompt, like Moby Dick. You'll describe it to everyone else with sentences like this one. Now, you can change some of these words, but your options are very limited. Everyone else will be guessing, while you make more elaborate sentences. Oh, it's a lot like Free Willy too. Moby Dick! Be fast to win big. And teamwork is rewarded, so talk out loud and work together. Let's begin. Round 1. Choose the prompt that speaks to you. Hard prompts are worth more, but easy prompts take less of an emotional toll. Oh, time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Swiftly! Oh no!
Okay, slowpokes, I'll pick a prompt for you. Now you're going to craft a sentence that describes your prompt.
Like what Bree says, his emotions are for
On your
the
device, you'll see 2 word columns. Tap all the words you want to include in your sentence, and then tap Submit when you're finished. Oh, and you can choose more than 1 word in each column if you want to get creative. Time is ticking. Hurry, hurry. Let's start with you. The category is person. Perfect. I happen to be a person myself.
They're a big childish entity.
Off you go.
Batman.
Trump.
Big Bird Donald Trump. Elmo. They are known for the screaming occurrence.
It still sounds like Trump.
Pee-wee.
Pee-wee Herman.
Oh, good.
They're nothing like Donald Trump and Trump.
When the presenter uses your guess in a sentence, you get points for being helpful.
Miss Piggy.
Big childish entity over the screen.
Kurt.
He's so pint-sized.
Aw, look how little that sentence is. I love him.
Here in the big blue house.
Known for its big childish entity, bite size.
Spongy Bog.
Spongy Bog?
SpongeBob. Bilbo.
Pint-sized but big?
They have the same vibe as SpongeBob, Big Bird, and Elmo. Known for the boyish sport.
Kermit the Frog.
Rose already guessed
Harry
gritty.
The
Oh.
Bad prompts, eh?
Fantastic.
Ah.
My one says new band names, the screaming occurrence.
That was great. And everyone who contributed a helpful guess gets some points too.
Delicious points.
The category is place.
It's the glorious hidden liquid place.
Here we go.
Probably.
That was swift.
That was swift.
Bam!
Good job,
You
Rose.
destroyed that round. You should seriously think about publishing that.
I don't.
The category is
I don't think so.
story.
It's a story about an upsetting place.
King
Here
Arthur.
we go.
Harry Potter.
The Jungle.
Dante's Inferno.
Dandy.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I talked with her earlier.
And a mad character.
Both.
Alice in
The
Wonderland.
Bible.
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland.
Frankenstein's monster.
Upsetting place.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein.
Whoa. A fearful spirit winter.
That sentence is full of syntax.
Oh.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. A Christmas Carol.
Oh.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Christmas Carol.
It's not a Christmas
Oh,
Carol.
no, time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
All dogs go to heaven.
Time is almost up.
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Your mum.
Well, no one got it right, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a rewarding experience.
What's that mean?
The Shining.
The shitting.
If you saw the
Okay.
answer and thought, oh, that
I
makes sense.
yeah.
Then
That
hit my
that
bad on your
fits.
device.
That fits. I guess just the prompts didn't
The category
give you anything
is
better.
story.
huh.
It's a story about a cute beauty.
Off you go.
Beauty and the Beast.
Sleeping Beauty.
Babe.
That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Little Mermaid.
Horse.
And an amazing cute flying character.
Charlotte's Web.
Dumbo.
Kiki's Delivery Service.
Hey, presenter.
Yeah,
The
that
skip
could
button
that
on
could
your
be
device.
a lot of different
My neighbor Totoro.
Ghibli
It's not
movies.
the same form as Dumbo.
Nadia.
Whoa. A girly animated crime fighting.
An amuse-bouche of a sentence. Love it.
Crime fighting. Oh, of course.
I guess Beryl did some crimes. She did
Yeah.
some crimes. War crimes, mostly.
Amazing phrasing.
Rose says, shouldn't have clicked flying.
Ah,
The category is
Does she
thing.
fly? In the horrible...
It's a thick, solid occurrence.
I think so.
And
There's a
So-
lost version of the show where, yeah, there was flying.
Concrete.
I was gonna say concrete.
Iceberg.
Rebar.
Cement. Glacier.
Dad booty.
Obelisk.
Hey, presenter. Let's go, 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 go.
Pyramids.
It flavors the occurrence.
Molasses.
Um,
Chocolate syrup. Cheese. Honey.
Rock candy.
Maple syrup.
solid.
Oh wait, yeah, those are solid.
Chocolate.
Sugar. It's a lot like rock candy.
Lard.
Ew, it's nothing like rock candy. It meant to be.
Sugar cube. Taffy.
Talk about teeny tiny.
We can all agree. We loved that sentence.
Oprox. Nuts.
Sugar crystal.
Flavor solid.
We're nearing the end. Guess, guess, guess.
Lollipop.
Message.
Message.
It's kinda similar to Nerds and Taffy.
Spree.
Time is almost up.
Oh, you're lucky I got it. Oh boy.
That was close.
That was a guess.
I was biting my nails the whole time.
I pulled that pack of Tic Tacs out of my.
I don't.
The pack of Tic Tacs would fit.
I don't want to eat those Tic
Can't
Tacs.
see me right now,
Me
but I'm
neither.
giving you 2 thumbs up. And wearing a fabulous sarong.
Fascinating.
Okay, it's finally your turn.
Yay.
The category is place.
It's a vibrant, mysterious phenomenon place.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Batcave.
Oh,
Bermuda Triangle.
It's where you are tricked by the experience.
Magicant.
Disney World.
Oasis. Congress.
Disneyland.
Disneyland.
Theme park.
It's smaller than Disney World.
Magic Show.
State Fair.
So much museum.
What a sweet little sentence.
Smithsonian.
Omniplex.
Paris.
Gotta have the Omniplex.
Louvre.
It has the same vibe as Magic Show.
Madame Tussauds. Logan Dingle.
Metropolitan
Fair,
Museum
Las
of
Vegas.
Art.
County Fair.
Whoever says you can't prove
Taco Bell.
he's not also wearing a sarong.
Opera.
It's close to Madame Tussauds.
What the heck is that? Okay.
Good job, Rose.
I'm just gonna put it in your cat's butt. I'd run out of these.
It's time for the points. In
Puntos.
my opinion, you all did perfectly. But of course, the scores don't reflect that. Round 2.
Best says can help with that.
Your points are double.
No wait, Kian helped with that.
Ah,
Okay. I
But
didn't
now
guess
you're
the eye.
practically an expert at picking prompts. Pick the prompt you're most familiar with. Or just close your eyes, stab the screen, and scream, I trust the fates!
I don't recommend that.
Write a sentence to describe your new prompt. Did you
Every
know that
quote
you
has
can
a bad
scroll the
sense of
lists
humor.
up and down? You might have more words than you think.
oh, I just realized the chat is covering up the code if anybody else was trying to join.
Oh, time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
There.
And another turn for you. Ringy ding ding, you're guessing a thing.
It's a joyous, wonderful liquid.
Let's do this.
Soda.
Alcohol.
Beer.
I
Alcohol.
guess this
Whiskey.
cat.
Wine.
Whiskey. Vodka.
Rum.
Tequila.
Water.
Ah,
That's apropos for
That
the.
was
Yeah.
fast.
Day of the
I
year.
am thrilled.
it's festive.
Much Festivus. Make a big poll of
Look at all the
ingredients.
hard work you did. This is gonna be a person. Delightful. I love people.
That's what I chose.
They're a
even though
short
it's easy.
individual.
Here we go again.
Napoleon Frodo.
Bilbo
That
Baggins.
guy.
Tom
Not the Judi Dench.
They have their brother. Tom Thumb.
Cecil.
Danny DeVito. Ward Davis.
Why do I keep forgetting? His name sounds like a verb.
Mini Me.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Old Jumpman.
Yeah, I don't usually think of him as being short, but honestly, yeah. Yeah.
Of party gamers.
Yeah, Sans Mushroom, he's not very tall.
Guess what? Literally guess what, because you're guessing a thing.
Shining.
It's a teeny gizmo.
And we're off.
Phone.
Integrated circuit.
It scoots the person.
Wheels. Mouse.
Skateboard.
Skateboard.
Roomba.
Oh, nice.
Ah, Heelys.
Oh,
Well done.
That was fast, like a sports car.
Alice got Heelys for Christmas.
Vroom.
Like this year?
Ooh,
Rogue
I
Element
love
42
this
says Mario is shorter than
one.
everyone else in the universe. My mom says bottle opener.
The category
says Rose too
is
strong.
person.
It says I don't usually do this well.
They're a not big fictional somebody.
And so it begins.
A jackal Mario.
Bilbo Baggins.
Stuart Little.
Luke. Luke Skywalker.
Ballerina.
Warwick Davis.
Ah, the other Baggins.
I'm jealous of how good
I should have
that
guessed him
was.
instead of being silly and going Warwick Davis instead. Instead of Willow.
Congratulations!
They're
You have
affected
inferred
by the
meaning from
uncle.
words arranged in a particular structure.
Rose
So
says,
what is a
well,
where?
I'm totally sitting
You're
out next
guessing
round.
a place.
It's a not wonderful civilization place.
Here we go.
America.
Syria.
United States.
America. England.
Volcano Land.
North Korea.
Hyrule.
It's where you are introduced to the judgment creature.
Egypt.
Court.
Jail.
Underworld. Court.
Hell. It's kinda similar to America and the United States.
Supreme Court.
So much human.
A fun-sized sentence.
Japanifornia.
Prison.
Congress. The White House.
Supreme Court.
It has the same vibe as prison.
Jail.
Purgatory.
School.
Get your guesses in before this thing wraps up.
Hell.
College.
Purgatory. River Styx. This place has a heroic occurrence.
Military.
It's nothing like Supreme Court and Purgatory.
Only a few seconds left.
My butt.
Colosseum.
A butt coliseum.
It's sad when you do
It's
this
kind of similar
bad.
to America and United States, okay.
Time for the final
Batman.
presentation.
Okay.
The category is place.
It's the not recent Fantastic Circle place.
Off you go.
Atlantis,
Coliseum.
What? Troy,
NASCAR.
Moon.
I would answer Angkor Wat just to follow up Steve's, but that wasn't circular. Angkor Wat isn't circular.
Come on, presenter. Just go ahead and write something.
It's where you encounter the crew.
Cocytus.
Great Barrier Reef.
What's so great
Supreme
about the
Court.
Barrier Reef? What's so fine
It's
about
nothing like
our...
Coliseum, Atlantis, and NASCAR.
Mount Doom.
Useful.
So much protagonist.
Ooh, that sentence is a beauty.
Tron,
Hogwarts.
It will never be exact.
It's bigger than Mount Doom.
The timer stops for no one. Get those guesses in.
Everest. Mordor. Mount Everest.
Death Star.
Useful.
Olympus.
This place has a magical glittery thing.
Stardew.
Ah, it's almost over.
It's more general than Mordor.
Ah, too slow, balls. You guys were close at one point, and then again
Now that
closer.
you know the answer, don't you wish you knew the answer before? I don't know. Sometimes
Fantastic
I
circle
have
place. I
thoughts.
was kind of aiming for rings.
Time for the moment of truth.
Nothing like
Bow down to your
NASCAR.
superior. The winner is.
Good job, Rose.
Congratulations! Thanks for playing. We really hit it off, didn't we? We're friends now, right? Then don't leave. Oh, please, God, don't leave me alone here.
The clips are so upsetting sometimes.
Let's do a new players round. Give some other folks a chance to, well, if there is anybody else who wants to join in. And also let me get the VIP this time.
Yeah, fantastic place would have been good.
There we go. Gonna grab another. Well, I'm gonna pour myself some more drink and maybe grab snacky of some sort. Okay.
You should save room for cake. You should. Oh, QHU.
Okay. Anybody else?
Anyone? Bueller? $20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Ten. 5, 3, 1. Rose says, just keeping everyone working at the frog. Lord Rugby says, working at the frog wash. Everyone's too intimidated by Lord Puffy. Rose says, just keep in mind there's a significant delay, at least for others.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was kind of joking about the countdown.
Are you not going to be joining in this one, Rose?
She says she was seeing us one out.
Oh, okay.
She can listen in though.
Okay. Well, I guess let's go ahead and start.
Yep, she's busy manipulating some chocolate.
And if you are having lag and you're playing, go ahead and like refresh the stream so you can like, yeah, catch it up a bit. It should be low latency, but that doesn't mean that it is necessarily.
As low latency as it can get away with.
Welcome to Blather Round. It's fun to play games. Unless you're dating me, and then you better not be playing games. You're going to present a secret prompt, like Moby Dick. You'll describe it to everyone else with sentences like this one. Now, you can change some of these words, but your options are very limited. Everyone else will be guessing, while you make more elaborate sentences. Oh, it's a lot like Free Willy 2. Moby Dick! Be fast to win big. And teamwork is rewarded, so talk out loud and work together. Let's begin. Round 1. Pick a prompt and be prompt about it. If you pick a harder prompt, you'll get more points if someone guesses it right. Now you're going to craft a sentence that describes your prompt. On your device, you'll see 2 word columns. Pick words to build a sentence describing your prompt, and then tap Submit when you're finished. You can always change your mind. Just tap the word again to take it out.
Says Vivi just stomped across my keyboard and like muted you all and opened tabs and stuff.
Good job, Vivi.
Kitty, no!
You're first. Don't get cocky about it. It's random. The category is a story.
It's a story about a youthful character.
Guess what you have to do now? Guess. That means everyone in the audience too. In the meantime, the presenter will write another sentence.
Stuart Little.
Harry Potter.
Jim and the Big Fruit.
Jim and the Big Fruit? That's not...
And a dark nemesis.
And it's not Harry Potter.
Labyrinth.
The Black Cauldron. Star Wars.
You can always hit skip to get a new sentence with new words.
HR Puffin Stuff.
When the presenter uses your guess in a sentence, you get points.
I'm not sure I'd describe Witchy Poo as a dark nemesis.
freezing knees, I command bees.
Batman.
Time is running out. Time to take some big swings.
It's the same kind of book as Harry Potter.
Okay.
I wonder if there's a dragon or two.
Aragon.
Nope.
Time is almost up.
What's the name of that thing?
About.
There's like 2 recent books floating around in
Failure
my
on the
head.
first turn never feels great, but it's good for your skin.
That was one of them.
If you think they did a good job anyway,
The Hunger
you can
Games
take
was
my
one of
bet on
those
your
that I
device. couldn't
couldn't quite find the title to floating around in my head. The other one was that, it came after the Hunger
Category is
Games.
Thing.
Rogue Element 42 says none of those hints help.
It's a not teeny metallic thing.
Time to begin.
Death Star.
Radio tower.
Terminator.
It slices the material object. It's nothing like radio tower. Talk about edged.
Jade.
Someone called the Olympics. That was fast.
Excalibur.
It's bigger than knife.
SWBRD.
Sword.
Sword.
Bastard sword.
Axe.
It signifies the martial artist feudal society.
Yay.
Good job, it's the weeb sword. Michael wants a chainsaw? It's nothing like a radio tower, I assure
If you
you.
contributed a guess that got used, you're getting some points too. The category is place, and this is the place to be.
It's a small defense place.
Off you go.
Bunker.
Fort. Bunker.
It's where you remember the event.
Foxhole.
Trench.
Got it. Never forget it.
Good, good.
Michael one says the
Are you
martial
Jimmy
artist.
John's delivery?
Martial
'Cause
artist
that
feudal
was freaky
society one kind
fast.
of rules out
We are not
chainsaw.
sponsored.
Hopefully. Remember, he says, I'll use it as an antenna for my radio. You can't stop me. It won't work well.
You can't see me right now, but
Not high
I'm
enough
smiling
resistance.
wide. And I'm wearing a snake like a scarf.
Adorable.
Let's finish this round strong.
Snakes like doing that.
The category is
Usually because your neck
thing.
and shoulders are warm.
It's a smooth machine.
Let's get the presentation started.
Orb.
Iron.
Palantir.
Bender.
Tree. Hoe.
Plant.
It transports the human.
Hohomeri.
Oh, it's airplane, not wood plane. My bad. Like, what is it? Rolling pin? Train?
Everybody had a turn? Let's
join
see
the audience if you like, Mike.
scoreboard.
Yeah.
Look
We
at
have
all
someone in
those
the audience, I don't know.
numbers. They certainly mean things in relation to each other. You bet.
Numbers.
Do.
Delicious.
Round 2.
I'll eat 12.
Double the points. Double the fun. Yep, it's happening again. Pick a new prompt.
Interesting.
Remember, you don't have to be an expert on your prompt. You just need to know the main stuff, like how Friends is about a group of colleagues.
That's insufficient, I assure you. Are any of them even in the same industry?
Write a sentence to describe your new prompt. Tap a word to put it in your sentence. Tap it again to take it out. You got this. Now you go.
Frog Wash in Washington.
The category is story.
It's a story about a not positive, incredible group of kids specimen.
Here we go.
Harry Potter.
What?
Story of unfortunate events.
And a massive creature transforming.
Series of unfortunate events.
Big Hero 6. Power Rangers.
Snow White and the Seven Clever Boys.
Whoa. A cult classic subtitle.
Oh, what a tasty sentence.
Godzilla.
It's a different genre than Power Rangers.
Pokemon.
The hero hunts down a blob guy.
Time is running out. Submit more guesses.
It's not the same form as Godzilla.
Oh, time is ticking. Hurry, hurry.
Batman.
Space Ghost.
Eventually, there's an unholy
Come on, guys. Butt slappers.
Oh.
If at first you don't
Massive creature
succeed,
transforming.
you end up where
The guy
we
turns
are
into this big
now.
blob. Hero hunts down the blob
The category
guy.
is thing.
Fun
Canada.
concept adventure.
Here
I-
we go.
I actually had a dream where I made the Tetsuo joke last night
Let's see.
to something that was going on.
Michael one actually guessed if you're in chat. Remember he said last hit was what I needed. Fun concept creature.
If you don't know what to guess, try guessing dog
That
or
would be a
macaroni
spoiler.
or dog macaroni. I love myself.
Behemoth.
The presenter needs to do something.
I would put something, but it'd be a dang spoiler.
Harry Potter.
It happens in the rec room.
Mark knows what I put now.
Mhm.
Oh, I read concept creature in that adventure.
Muppet Babies. Candyland.
The Room.
Video games.
Talk about improvisational.
A perfectly plump sentence.
Ding. Dungeons and Dangles. Tell you what.
Bam! You destroyed that round.
Kaboom!
Category is story.
It's a story about a mean curse.
Here we go again.
Harry Potter,
The Mummy,
Jumanji,
Lord of the Rings,
The Monkey's Paw,
Dark Shadows,
Sinbad,
Castlevania,
Wool. A repetitive conundrum.
I absolutely adore that sentence.
Nia,
I was just about to type that.
Oh,
Like it occurred to me just as soon as it popped up there. Like, okay, yeah.
Jihad Day.
Congratulations! That would have been better if the prompt was about dragons.
I agree. You should have used that for D&D.
One more presentation left.
That's
I've
your
got
mistake.
just the thing.
You'll have to live with it.
The category is thing.
it's a wet object.
Off you go.
Ocean,
SpongeBob,
Ocean.
Lake,
Frog.
It is used for the human.
Towel,
Sweet Mimi.
Washcloth,
Bathtub.
Shower,
Your Mom,
I'm sure you'll pick the right word. Eventually.
Bottle.
Toilet,
Presenter, let's go.
Like once is ever given?
No rush, other than the timing.
It's bigger than a toilet and your mom.
Pool.
Ship, Boat,
Talk about bouncy.
Why, that sentence
Hot
could fit
tub.
in the palm of my hand.
It's bigger than a toilet and bouncy.
Baywatch,
It's smaller than hot tub.
It's between a hot tub and a toilet inside, and it's wet and bouncy.
Oh,
It is the relaxation.
Why does this sound like porn? The relaxations.
Pool noodle,
Oh.
Some hot tubs are smaller than water bed.
time to see where all those points point to.
Left.
It gives me great pleasure to announce the winner is. Look at you!
Congratulations!
Thanks for playing! If you have any questions or concerns, just shout them at the screen. I'll hear it.
Bless you.
Ooh, sneezy beastie. Get This is curled somewhat vertically. The top of his head is touching the surface he's lying on.
Alright, let's move on to a different game.
What about bringing Pirates Champ up next?
Sure. Haven't played that one very much.
The Scrollaceum, where people badly draw garbage and then vote it like it's fighting or something. Hellworks. Fred breathe. I shall stick with the giraffe. Kinda looks like the crap guide guy.
Yeah.
Joe Crap, I believe it's called. Lord Barbarian inquires, Lux? Rogue Element 42 says the cat wants to play.
Yeah.
You want to play, Ernie? I'm not sure she can operate a phone. I think she's too small. Yeah, Mia, you're too small. Lord Barbary says, let Remy play.
Let Goofy swear.
Yuck.
No? Okay.
She wanted to play, not be pillowed.
But she's so soft.
Barbie says, aw, a little bit.
Okay. Well, since nobody's joined in a little bit, I'm going to assume that's everybody.
Yep, I think Rose is still making chocolate. Still causing chocolate.
Welcome to the Scrolliseum. These talented trainers are about to face off to see who's the best at creating champion characters with unusual skills. Will the underdogs take down the heavy favorites? It's time to get champed up. In this first step, the trainers will be prompted to draw and name a particular type of champion character. They'll be equipped with 2 tools, a pen for drawing and a thick marker for coloring in. Once a character is drawn and named, it can be submitted. The timer's been set. Off we go.
You can't control colors. That's all right.
20 seconds remain. Players need to name their character.
Remy, get down from there. I was so absorbed in this.
The trainers are now moving on to creating a challenger. These characters will be the underdogs because their creators will see who they're competing against, but not what the contest will be. So they must analyze their opponent's unique skill set to create what they hope is a worthy challenger. Let's see the drama unfold.
Remy. Dang it, Remy. Remy. No, Remy, stop.
"20-second warning, name those characters." It's time for the main event. Our first opponent enters the ring. And in this corner we got...
Just go ahead, Dave.
These two will battle to see who is the champion of the dance floor. Welcome to Slamtown. Are they down for the count? Some extra cash goes to the underdog. Nobody's chicken is funkier. In this corner, we've got... They'll be facing off against...
No!
We'll decide once and for all who is the champion of high school. It's a Dramageddon. It's more valuable than a Justin's class ring.
Is it?
Now entering the ring.
I think that is it.
And opposing them will be... One of them will be crowned the champion of grinding. Well, no other way to say it, it's a bloodbath. The hustle never stops. Next up, it'll be...
Logan says, listen, I spent more time on the link than this line.
These two are facing off to see who is the champion of annoying pests.
I should have drawn Remy.
Oh dear, look away! Look away! Ouch. Irritating their way to the top. Here are the scores as we head into halftime.
Nope, that looked like a dick. Undo.
Looks like a dick.com.
Second warning, name those characters. I don't know what's happening. 20 seconds remain. Players need to name their character. It's the second half, which means it's time for the tag teams. Each matchup will include a surprise contest where players can tag out their characters. The bonus points are doubled and votes for both contests will be cumulative. Let's start things off with our first two fighters. You will decide who is the champion of leftovers. Is that all she wrote? Wave the white flag. This one appears to be over. It's not over yet. Here's the next title up for grabs. The champion of food poisoning. Will the trainers keep their characters or swap out? I just did a spit take. Get in the car, it's about over. They did the work of two fighters. Two new fighters enter the ring. One of them will be the champion of hallucinations. It's getting ugly. We'll declare a winner after this next match. The champion of heavenly objects. The trainers have a decision to make. Talk about a character assassination. There's no I in team, kids, only in kids. Here's our next matchup. Who is the champion of extroverts? This is tough to watch. This next contest could swing things. The champion of embarrassing viral videos. Will the players tag out? Let's find out. It's a scroll brawl. Teammate, not this fighter.
What about where he says, "Disco Head Dave's dancing is heavenly"?
It's time for our next bout. One of them will be the champion of criminals. It's anyone's fight. It all comes down to this next match. The champion of political cartoons. What will the trainers do? Let's see. The kid gloves are off now. And the cheese stands alone. Okay, folks, that was the final match. The judges are tallying the final scores, and we have a winner.
you want to have a more interesting match, someone tag me out. It'll certainly go faster, at least.
I mean, we got to the end of the timer every time anyway.
Yeah, that was easily because of me.
No, like, most of us went to the timer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Alright, let's move on to... sure, let's do a Quiplash. That's always fun.
It never happens, but that freaking happened. Oh. Significant amount of dough, recently. As I was trying to get the lid on. So displeasing. Soft heat. He's got a warm head. What about Reese says, neither had enough labels for a political cartoon. My other character was the horrible attempt at a bunny slipper with wheels, is what that monstrosity was supposed to be. And that was completely worthless for a political cartoon. What's that called? The JSDF? FFGF? File system Manfrog. That'll be the happy hexagon.
Yeah? No, I haven't. Okay.
Have you taken your pills?
Yes.
I think we should do a couple rounds of Quiplash and then temperature and cake break. Depending on how much room is in your stomach.
Yeah. Well, let's, you know what, I think I'll go ahead and do that now, and we can wait for more people to ring in to this. Because this game is always better with more people.
Yeah.
Pardon me for a moment.
Same three notes over and over. That's harmony for you. That's a big bowl full of harmony grits. Slap some butter in there and get some biscuits and put them nearby and I don't know, filet pig. Loudly inquire if y'all want some sweet tea. here. Anybody who's watching the screen just saw something strange take place. Woo. Didn't feel like grabbing a slice of each.
Not just yet.
One of each. One of each. Okay. Wait.
Okay, well, if we're not getting anyone else, then once Daniel gets back. Excuse me. Okay, now that you're back, everybody's in.
Good seeing
The name of this game is Quiplash 3. My Mother the Quip. I'm Schmitty, and please make sure you take all your jokes out with you at the end of the game. And if you didn't make it into the game, it's no big deal. Get in the audience and vote away. Okay, round one. You'll answer 2 prompts on your device in any way you want, and then each of your responses will square off against someone else's. The remaining players vote on their favorite. Easy, right? Points are scored based on the percentage of people who choose your response. Let's quip. Time's almost up. Hurry. Huh? Don't let me down. First, but not necessarily best, is Captain Crunch's nickname at the Naval Academy. It's choosing time. Okay, what's next? What obscure cryptid monster stalks the streets of Cleveland, Ohio? All right, vote for the one you like best.
Lord Barbarita is precisely what I would have thought.
Without
I might spell
further
it
ado,
because I didn't really know things.
a terrible model name for a self-driving car. And now, pick your favorite.
Ouch. Ouch. I just imagine the Apple Car
And
like
next,
driving people in the lakes.
the best name for a local news weather person. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Voice Nightly sounds like one that was actually used on Snail at some point.
It's going more for Whose Line.
Round one is in the books. Let's see how the scoring shakes out.
Yeah, I usually call him Mockery literally so I know this. I'm Voice Nightly. Trade desperately making a straight face.
Mm-hmm.
A straight face, not a straight face.
So if round one was an appetizer, round
Colin
two was a
Mockery
substantial meal.
never showed
Double
any
the
sign
points,
of
double
breaking.
the indigestion.
His facade never cracked. He is a master of the poker face.
Yeah, occasionally fall to the ground and shatter, but that's because he's dropping. It's like when he intentionally wanted to do so.
Kind of an anti-answer there, but what did Rose say there?
Log is
Frosted.
something.
Yule log is frosted. Okay.
Time's winding down. Use a safety quip if you have to. No turning back now. Let's set it off with the most confusing name for a nail polish color. Now vote.
I have questions about both of these.
And here we have the worst thing to hear after saying, I love you. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
Ooh.
Next we have...
Your mom says, "You
What's
log
the
as
hardest
Is that
part of
euphemism?"
fighting a
Joe
killer
says,
doll?
"Yeah. It's euphemism for me being about to get effed up on chocolate."
Okay, choose your favorite.
Woo! D&D reference.
Let's see how
They're
they
tiny.
handle
You're medium. It's like a
the
+4. It's
monument to
annoying.
human achievement the aliens will destroy first.
Just a second.
All right, people, it's voting time.
Alright, which one's funnier?
Round 2 is through. Let's see
Aliens
how
versus
things shook
gladiators
out.
and American gladiators.
And now for Whiplash. One last chance to redeem
Nitro
yourself.
versus Virgil
Each of you
Smarts.
will be sent a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. That's triple the ha-has. Time's running out. Okay, let's do this. You know you're about to have a bad day on Twitter if you see these 3 hashtags. All right, choose your favorite.
This is pretty bad. Those are too real.
Three nicknames you'd like to have. Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
Little squeegee?
Squeege. Why did I even get votes? Oh, why? Those were garbage. I couldn't even think of anything.
Take a deep
Little
breath.
squeegee
and
was at least
behold
funny.
The final scores.
Whoa! That was not earned.
Lick, lick.
Wrong game.
Yeah.
His little squeegee was pretty great. Bob Reese says, S/Lippy wins. Bro says lick. Get that? King of the toilet? What?
Party.
Oh, big difference.
Big difference.
Party, not potty.
I'm JW. More cake. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And this is probably all we have for this round. I'll begin once I finish my slice.
Your slice?
Mm-hmm.
What is this? The big round thing?
We should do that next.
The cake of enormous proportions.
Okay.
Quiplash 3. Quiplash 3. The Quippening. I'm your host, Schmitty, and you're now all my best friends. Don't look now, but it's round 1. You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who dig your response. Got it? Great. I hope you didn't
I'm his
embarrass
best
yourself.
Friend, or best friend.
Let's get the party started with... If you could fart to the melody of one song, it would be blank. Okay, time to choose.
Clever.
Rose has got those brows in orbit.
Next up, a fun nickname for the worst kid on a sports team. Time to pick the one you like best.
Let's see who watched Nickelodeon during a certain time period.
Moving right along,
Was
an unlikely spokesperson for vaping. And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
These are highly unlikely. Yay, someone voted for the millipede.
Let's see the next one. Forget the Labradoodle. The best dog breed combination is the blank. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Silly. Very, very silly.
Yay.
We made it through round one in one piece. Let's see if your score did.
Rose liked the millipede.
Round two has arrived.
I liked the
Points are
millipede
doubled,
too, but the Marlboro
so are the
Man was just
expectations.
They're
too
both
silly.
highly unlikely.
Yeah.
There's seconds left. Use a safety quip if you have to. All right, no time like the present. First in line, death by blank is uncommon, except in Florida. Vote away.
I would have said like alligator inhalation or something.
Next,
like
welcome
a
to the
baby
town
alligator
of
trapped in a
Langenheiden
trachea.
Paranudavalen, which in English means blank. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Rose says Walt.
And now, idea for an improved hotel room sign. Privacy, please. I'm blank. Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
I realized I should have put almost level 90.
And next is the title of this player's great American novel. All right, choose your favorite.
One of those ran out of room. 3, 1.
All right, let's put a cap on round 2 and see those scores.
Pop a cap in round 2. Bust the cap? I forgot.
Get ready for Quiplash, the end you've been quipping towards. I'll be sending each of you a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Easy stuff.
Easy and peasy.
Stop. Well, I don't think that's funny at all.
Let's see what you've done. Let's get to know each other. Describe yourself in 3 words. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Hey, one of those describes me, too. Really, both do, but you know.
You're not fully vaccinated. You haven't got your booster yet.
Oh yeah, I haven't gotten my booster yet.
3 things that probably won't exist in 20 years. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
I hate one of them because it's true.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't have gone for the true.
Great job.
Yeah.
Let's see what that did to the final.
It's depressing because it's true.
Come back, poltergeist cats! We need you to hold our ice! The rose maintains the... The Bobby says no polar bears, we'll have grizzly bears. I thought we were calling them growler bears.
I think I prefer Pizzly Bears.
Those sounds like if you turn their head back far enough, a piece of candy comes out of their neck.
That would be Paisley Bears.
Those sound horrifying. Rose says mine is true too. 433 was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I can never remember the name of that piece. Also, how many people voted for the squid and actually knew what I was referring to? I don't think Rocket Power ran for very long on Nickelodeon. Everybody says, no, I like the candy bear idea. Would get me mauled so fast. Well, I assume you tranquilize the bear and then you pull its head back and take the candy out of his neck.
And then you crack open a bear.
Like one says, Pizzly bear. Bear standing upright, wielding pest dispensers in each paw. Rose says, didn't know what you were referring to, but it didn't sound as mean, lol. I almost went with Velcro, and I don't really quite know why.
All right, let's switch packs and go here.
Rose yells, jetpack.
I am
Pack.
jetpack.
Proton pack. Let's switch packs like we're putting one of those little canister-ass cartridges in the proton gun.
Super pack.
Like in Ghostbusters Extreme. Or Extreme Ghostbusters, the sequel Ghostbusters animated thingy.
Backpack.
Which had like the wheelchair guy and the goth girl. And the vaguely Latino guy. Oh boy. Late 90s, early 2000s cartoons were kind of like a mass hallucination. Street Sharks, for instance. A lot of people think they hallucinated that. Perhaps they are under the influence of Z-Quam. Consult your doctor to see if Z-Quam is right for you. If you experience hallucinations, including sharks that travel through the street somehow, please stop taking Z-Quam. Okay, clown. Oh, I want to be the Red Wizard again. Red Wizard doesn't need food very badly. Oh, I know a question to ask too. Hey Rose, do you wish to join us for
There she is.
Wheel? Yay! You got the
Knight. I
yeah,
don't
it's
think
like Crusader, but like that crosses upside down.
I don't think I've seen the Knight before.
It's like a really holy paladin that crosses St. Peter on there. It says, I'm the Knight of Hufflepuff House. Didn't you have a badger then? Everybody says, I'm a mermaid? Or am I a mermaid?
Yep.
It says, I think so, Bob. Looks like it.
Meow. Anybody else?
Anyone else want to join?
4 more slots.
Does Dairy Farmer want to play? We got a wheel. It's got trivia questions. Apparently it's big. It's a big wheel. Very large.
Big wheel.
You like 20,000 points.
You want to play, Remy? Oh, she recognized her name.
No, it's cute. What?
Hey, Michael.
Ah, you get to be the Red Wizard.
Stretch.
All right. Cute kitty sounds.
Hey, Remy. Why don't you get unsnagged from the thing first, and then snuggle up with me? Here you go. That's a sweet girl.
What are you trying to get that sleepy fluff to do?
Just trying to pull her up close. Okay. Is that everybody then?
I think it might be.
I think it might be.
Time to do the wheel thing. Whee!
You have traveled to this sacred mountaintop, seeking answers from the all-knowing wheel of enormous proportions. You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will be satisfied, and your life forever changed.
Let's see what we've got here. 3, 2, 29. This would be more entertaining to our audience if I was full of beans as I was last night. I had more beans than an
If you
analog
can't come up
clock.
with a good question, we'll get you something random. Better than nothing, right? And with that, the wheel of enormous proportions awaits. Most people search inward to find their truth within, but you're gonna find your truth by answering my trivia questions. Wild! You're gonna take turns spinning me. And you get points if I land on your slice. Earn 20,000 points, and you'll be able to spin the winner wheel. But not just anyone can spin me. You have to prove yourself first! You have the chance to win points with these 2 slices. But your odds are better when you have more. So let's earn some by doing a little trivia, okay? Okay.
Yes.
Is that question 1? Yeah, it is. Which poems or stories are by Edgar Allan Poe?
Uh-huh.
Just tap on the ones that fit the prompt.
I am less certain on this than I expected
That
to
one
be.
sounds like a parody. Do it.
Only a few seconds left, so make him count, okay?
Quick!
Okay, but what about the answers? Did you tap the ones you were supposed to?
Letter. Okay,
Yay.
my bad.
How did you... You two are a sight to behold.
I thought the premature
Take a
burial
slice.
was a parody.
Slices!
Doesn't it sound like a parody of Poe?
I've got
Yeah,
a second
a
question
bit.
to share with you. Which of these are names of
Cheese
actual
or
fonts?
font?
Cheese or font?
Tap the real ones, even the really terrible ones. Some answers are more tappable than others, am I right?
Oh god, almost all of these sound like ones. No, Garlemald was a font.
The clock is winding down on this time to fare. In my day, we read everything in cuneiform on stone tablets, but I will say, reading Comic Sans is even worse. Oh, that's exactly what you said, right?
I didn't get Bradley Hand.
I did.
Whoa! I see two
most of them are
hero
fonts.
people shining brighter
Okay.
than the sun. That's worth a slice. It's round ending question 3, my favorite. I'm gonna give you a series of clues to help you answer this question. Aside from being all-seeing and all-knowing, what physical sense do I most identify with? Start guessing. Look, I enjoy a chocolate mousse cake sacrifice as much as the next guy, but it's not my sense of taste, and it's not touch either. I tried to stop and smell the roses once, but turns out I have no nostrils.
What the?
I'm a big music fan, but hearing isn't my strongest sense.
Yeah. Oh, you tricky
I'll
little.
tell you right now, it's not one of the traditional 5 senses.
Yeah, it's not.
Seeing dead people, which of course I can, but frankly, that's kind of boring to me. All right, look, I'm a wheel. To spin without wobbling, I need things to be in perfect. That's it for the clues.
Michael 1 was
Last
really
chance to
close with
answer.
proprioception.
The fastest meeples win the most.
Points.
It looks like it's you. Are you ready for something shiny?
Yes.
This, my little
Bruce
friend,
says, "Son of
is
a-"
power slice. It's the thing that allows you to spin me.
Yes.
Oh, and the spinning? Let's go do that.
Let's.
So glad you joined me up here with all those slices that can be spun and turned into points. Select the slots on my super big face to place your slices. But watch out. You split the points with everyone that shares a slot with you. The slot with the 2 and the X, that one's worth double. Unless everyone shares it, then it won't end up worth so much, am I right?
Indeed.
Look, I'm gonna spin with or without your slices. You're gonna take turns spinning me. And who would have guessed? You spin first. Swipe.
Swipe.
Gradually slowing down and... a slice
Woohoo!
that gives you
Lucky.
points? Who comes up with this stuff?
Swiper. Swiper.
The power slice multiplies until someone lands on it. Next spinner.
The danger zone grows.
He's got a football on his other.
Mine's what? Oh, yeah, there.
You get to split the pot.
Yay.
The danger zone grows.
This is gonna be good. I just know it. Well, okay.
Mermaids make
That
dolphin
spin
sounds.
meter
Did you know
above
that?
me is filled now.
Makes sense.
And so we've come to this one last spin of the round. Spin like it's your last spin of the round.
Come on, power slice.
There you go.
Lame. Oh, points.
What do I have behind me?
It's the
Oh,
scoreboard.
that's right. It's the scoreboard. You need at least 20,000 points to win. So let's get you some more points, okay? Every round of trivia comes with a cool 2 slices.
Cool.
I'm here to ask question 1, and you're here to answer it. Which films are from the French New Wave? What if you tapped all the answers that fit the prompt? I bet it'd feel pretty good.
I'm born. That might be fake. I don't know.
Oh gosh. Oh, sorry. I thought I was on mute. That is embarrassing.
Pretty sure we have those, maybe. I don't know. Whee! What about you says, yes, the French New Wave. I've studied it well. You know, I actually can't tell whether or not you're firing the sarcasm beam. Where it says, I clicked some things. Yeah, I think Mark's got this one, probably.
I mean, I know some that aren't, so it was.
Yeah, I knew a few that weren't. And a few that probably were. But that's it.
How about some answers, baby?
Firm grip, nope.
I'm curious. What
Toyota
did you
5-7, didn't get that one. 400 blows, nope.
A meeple becomes a king. Have a slice.
I became one
You're
of the
welcome.
many in
And
second.
since you also have the top score, take another.
Look up where he says Shrek 2 is
Here's my
definitely part of it.
follow-up. Question number 2.
Look up, yes,
You're
sarcasm,
gonna
I
pair
know you
things
it is.
off based on this prompt. Match the micronutrient to the biological function it benefits.
Ooh.
You'll see 2 columns that you can slide up and down. Tap an item in column A, then tap its match in column B.
Oh, no, come on. Don't do that to me, Mark.
Time for just
What?
a few more matches.
Boy, there's not enough time
so
in those.
little, humans sure do need a lot of things to keep them spinning. You're the good ones, because your score is so
3
good.
should not have been a high score.
Magnesium-based life form.
Question 3? Oh, that's right. the
So he
power
says,
slice
that was
question.
faster than expected. Yeah, you don't get enough time in those.
Let's see
in
you
those.
guess this one.
I don't know why.
Which Eastern European country am I vacationing in after I finally snap off my base? And then the clues. It used to be part of Yugoslavia. It is part of the Balkan Peninsula. It has a long coast along the Adriatic Sea.
Oh,
The
man.
capital city is Zagreb.
What the...
There we go.
A vast number of citizens are Croats.
Okay, okay.
They speak Croatian. You're so close. Croatian. I'm out of clues, so this is your last chance to answer.
Go on, look, they speak Croatian.
You know what they say. You haven't really had Savoptrasy until you've had Savoptrasy in Croatia.
No one said that around me.
My decision is you. Power slice incoming. Power slice. Pow! Scoot your little boots up here.
Caligula?
Caligula?
Little boots?
Oh, yeah.
So happy you
There's
made it up
a-
the mountain. I used to host a game
A bag
for
of
the
chips.
of pain and despair. This is going much better.
A very large bag of chips.
A slot with arrows will give you points if you're next to it. If you all crowd around it, the pot will be spread thin.
Everybody says where my grandfather was from, and I didn't think of it. Ouchies.
Aw.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything
The first
until
win
like
of
the
round
penultimate
goes to
one.
you.
Zagreb was the giveaway for me.
I'd never even heard of Zagreb. That's not a city I even knew existed.
What if you used your device to spin me? That'd be a fun thing to happen.
Oh, Twitch lag. Rose, quick spin! Oh boy.
Look at that. It's your turn. I love this result. You split the pot with anyone on a slice next to this one. Those points, you now have a chance to spin the winner wheel.
Win the spinner spiel.
You're gonna spin me.
Win the
and if I
spinner
land
wheel.
on
It's
you,
full of
you win.
spiders.
But if you land on one of the skulls, we're not
They're really
done
cute.
yet. Will this be the winning spin? Put your back into it.
Nope.
And the game continues.
The wheel's just full of eight-legged shenanigans.
Now's your chance to steal the win. Spin away, little one.
Do it.
I want to spin
I'm reducing the
away.
speed. It's
I want to
that's
spin
something.
away. Remy. Remy.
Hey, Fluffbot, what you doing?
you ready for a new spinner?
What you doing,
'Cause I
kid?
sure am.
Meow.
What is the kitty doing?
I'm not dizzy.
What
I
are you doing,
promise you.
Remy?
Hey, Remy, what you doing?
Nope.
Ding dong.
How you doing? The thing you shouldn't be doing. Get out of there.
Get out.
It's time for the last spin. God, where does the time
Oh,
go?
yeah, put up your Pikachu.
Having that up is actually kind of useful so I can control stuff over there.
Hmm.
And it's your spin.
Oh, ball slappers. Thanks, Remy.
Hurry up! Will I
tap like a monkey on crack, and all I get is 2,000 points.
Alright, not bad.
This is your fault, Remy.
Let's do a quick recap.
Ow! 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 Son of a bitch!
Whoa, she really freaked out there?
She like sunk a claw into my arm and pulled.
To get things going.
Me? This gives us a pause and do some wound care.
I'm not sure I'm actually bleeding.
How about you?
I might be, but
you need to answer this
yeah.
question with a number. How many?
Yeah, there's blood
in there. Then, I mean, yeah, you should get some peroxide on there. And well then. So, the thing about cat injuries. It hath come to pass.
Where'd she go? She run off?
She followed him into the bathroom for... Oh, goodness. Kitten. You pointy little dolt. Yeah, kitty claws are nasty. I've tried to like leave a scratch of hers alone once, and I noticed it was getting red and itchy, like quick, and spreading up my hand. Like, oh, no. It is peroxide time. It is peroxide time. Today on That's trying its best to become an infection. It didn't need a Band-Aid, because of course it was just kitty scratch, but since it was so gross and trying to infect, it was swelling itself sealed pretty hard. But it still needed the bulk of the bacteria slaughtered so our immune system didn't get overwhelmed. Because no one wants to watch their hand try to do its best impression with a football. While fighting a painfully high fever and like, ugh. Meanwhile, Vince is over here just being a good boy.
Yep.
Not hurting anyone.
Got an elastic around a paper towel to keep that on my arm, so I don't get blood everywhere.
Mm.
Okay.
If you want a proper bandage, I got a box.
No, my arm's too hairy.
Mm.
Okay, resuming game in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Recipes are included in Mastering the Art of French Cooking, Volume 1 by Julia Child.
Barbara says Happy New Year from the East Coast. Michael 1 says duct tape
Use the
removal
keypad
sound.
on your device to enter a number and then tap Submit. The player closest to the answer is who you want to be.
Hey, Mom. Would you please? Thank you. For now, yeah.
Where's the submit button?
Thanks.
It's down there.
Meow.
And what did you end
Get
up
your
with?
face sins, Jackbox.
Is your answer this?
Okay.
524 recipes.
One more slice.
Wow. Julia Child went slightly out of control.
Question 2 is what I'm feeling now. Which of these are over-the-counter medicines? Tap the answers that fit the prompt. Makes sense to me.
Hey, what's with all
all the awesome clouds in this game. Oh, thanks for asking. I'm so glad someone appreciates all the crafty set pieces I set up for you weeks in advance.
Yeah, it seems alright. Like what I also said earlier, you definitely want to get that entry disinfected right away. And greetings from the future! Sunglasses, cheesy 3D effects.
Hurry up, we've got important things to do.
3, 2, 1!
That's it? And the answers were? What did you say?
I didn't get Dramamine. Dang. I did not know Dramamine was available OTC. Well then.
This last one's for a power slice. Which classic book do I need to admit to myself that I'm never gonna finish? I'm just so busy reading cooler things. The name of a pretty famous coffee chain was inspired by this book. I'll just tell you, it's Starbucks. It was written in 1851 by Herman Melville.
Looks like Michael's got the slice.
The famous line everybody knows from the book is, "Call me Ishmael." You could say finishing this book is really my white whale.
I finished Moby Dick.
Me too.
It wasn't super easy because there were
You have all the points you
there
need.
were long
The next spin that gives you
bits
points
where it just
can
talked
win you
about
the
whaling.
game. The winner is you. Is who I pick. Chew on a power slice. So it's time for some
What about
spins.
we also didn't know
Let's
Jeremy was
go.
OTC. Alright. Boy, I sure wish I had more slices.
And not to get personal, but I feel a bit naked without your slice on my face.
I beg your pardon.
Here's a tip from me to you. You can tap a slot more than once to add a multiplier. Who knew?
I did. Let's do this. Boop. Sure wish I had more.
The first spinner
Because
in
when
this
you're at
round,
the I'm already
it's
winning
you,
point,
silly.
you just want to scatter your slices everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Go Johnny Crappleseed on that.
What a great spin!
Almost.
You ready, new spinner?
The rubber banding is strong in this game.
Okay, why not?
That's just too many points.
Yeah! You can win it right
50%.
here.
No.
Orange juice.
We're not through yet, little ones. You can still win next spinner, so make this a good one. That's what I'm talking about.
Come on, we need to land on a slice that has everybody on it. So the winner wheel's completely insane.
Game, don't let me down.
No, 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 no. Ooh. I'll tell you once more before I get off the floor. Don't bring me down.
Personal question. Spin me one last time and know the truth.
The library.
Library.
The truth. It shimmers in the sky like the sun.
On the first date?
So, other people's questions. Let's have a look, see here. How soon should I cut the cheese? I'm gonna rewire my house to be more efficient. How much cake should I eat? I can answer that question, Rose. Yes. Let's see, Rose said the delay didn't really affect me in Blather Around, but it's super obvious in this game. Everybody says the birth ward in the hospital? Rose says, get it, Michael. Michael one says, the lesson here is don't leave the question up to the wheel. Rose says, Tamara says, happy birthday, Mark.
Thank you. All right, now let's do Job. You should play with us, Mom. I'll take a break from chores. Well, take a break anyway. Have fun with us.
Yeah, chores can wait like, what, 8 minutes? This game doesn't take very long.
It really doesn't.
To 25. How do you stretch it to 25? I don't see this game possibly taking 25.
It might take longer if there are more people.
Perhaps. Rose says, yub yub. Steve has appeared and says, birth of the hat variety.
Thanks?
Rose says she's trying to pretend her baby isn't pushing 40. Yeah, that's more than I can do. Steve, would you like to join us for Thing?
Yeah. I'll go ahead and open up the room.
To log in. You'll start the game when everyone's ready, okay?
Yes.
Come on. Oh. Yeah.
Did you ask a question? I'm never listening.
Right. You expected to be next gen what? Oh. That makes more sense.
Keep your hands away from my buttons. I'm on a break.
Based on the fact that every freaking thing in this office seems to have eyes and sentience, I'm rather afraid that the CEO of this company might be Wilhelmina Witchingbroom. I think this office is on an island.
Jobbing or get busy dying. That's what I say.
Rogue Element 42 has returned.
Hooray.
Lord Bobry says it's freakier than that.
Anybody else? Steve, are you going to be joining us? Steve?
Yeah, Steve.
Can I get anyone anything? No, I cannot. Any other questions?
And clearly not. You're like a fax machine in your sitting room. Steve says, "Oh, sure. Very good, very good."
Cool. Room for 4 more plus audience.
How am I? Just twerking for the freakend.
What?
Twerking for the freak end? What?
How does a fax machine do that? I have an unlimited swirling vortex of questions.
Everybody's working for the weekend. Everybody wants a new romance. Something like that. Everybody's going off the deep end. Everybody needs a second chance. Oh. If you want a piece of my heart, you better start from the start. You wanna be in the show? Come on, baby, let's go. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and start this.
Just begin.
Game start.
Welcome, potential hires. We're thrilled you've applied for this exciting employment opportunity. If you haven't guessed, I'm the boss around here, but I like to think of myself more as a buddy. A boss buddy. Water? Someone will get that. I can tell you're all great candidates. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of you, and only one job. It's incredibly stressful. For me! That's why I developed a revolutionary
No, that's not what I'm
process.
trying to do.
I'm going to interview you all at once and force you to judge each other. Whew, I feel more relaxed already. Deborah, clear my calendar. It's time to get to know our candidates. My first rule of management, I only hire my dearest, closest friends. So let's get to know each other. I'm gonna send some icebreaker questions to your device. Answer them any way you want. There are no rules. Except this one rule. You gotta use at least 5 words, okay? Everyone knows the more you talk, the smarter you are. It's my first rule of management.
She says, just don't get YMCA'd on your birthday. The Rubbery says, Boss Buddy, the new hit animated movie. Movie on the 42 says, time to fight to the death.
So glad that Teddy doesn't just zoom out.
Transparency. Join the nightmares. Picture of dumpster.
You should be halfway.
How very Enron. Boy, that's easier on a keyboard. Touchscreens suck, y'all. drunken water cooler is a strange thing to behold.
Harvey, time's running out.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm.
Great! Let's put these in our filing system.
What Bubbery says, that'd be easier than most interview processes, to be sure.
Now that we're pals, I'm sending some tough but fair interview questions to your device. But instead of typing your responses, you'll be using words from your fellow interviewees to answer the questions. In business, we call that the old switcheroo. Tap any word you see to add it to your response. If you make a mistake, tap the word again to remove it. You can also drag words around to rearrange them. Can't find the right words for what you want to say? Then say something different, pal, because that's all you're getting.
Yeah.
The first rule of management is limitations foster creativity.
Sure you think you're helping, but you're not. Ow, ow, God damn it. Stop it.
You're about halfway through the timer. Hey, we're almost out of time.
Ah.
Don't let me down. How do you feel about working overtime on weekends? As the boss, I've got to be decisive. So I'm decisiving that you guys should pick. Choose your favorite now.
Inject audiobooks.
Nice. Using words from 3 separate people earns you an extra bonus.
Audible stands for. Uh-oh, Rogue Element didn't realize he had to do two.
Oops. Magical fondue truck.
Rose says, poor Fred.
How do you feel about inter-office romances?
Like one says, the magical fondue truck leaves eventually. Wisdom of 2022.
Nice trick stealing words from the question. Just about any text you see on your device is fair game. What's the difference between a team player and a lone wolf?
I have questions.
Synergy.
No! Oh, please don't hang that up in anyone's office. No!
What rule do you hope to find in the employee handbook?
I'll go into realize there were two. It was the start before we got a panic. It was helpful. One of those sounds painful.
Mm-hmm.
The other one gross. Oh no! Please don't synergy that! No! Ew! This is bad fondue.
Tell me, why would you
This is
be
fondant.
of the month?
In bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
Bubbles like Trailer Park Boys? Mr. Bubbles? Monsieur Bubbles? Since, you know, they speak French in Canada too. I mean, I've never heard.
Michael one says, garbage
Anybody
gets
else?
converted to fondue. That previous wisdom is now worrisome.
Never heard anybody on Trailer Park
Speaking of
Boys
jobs,
speaking
let's see
French.
who's most
but
likely to get one. Good effort, everyone. Let's regroup with some more icebreakers.
Rose says, God, I love this game.
Okay, you know the drill. You can answer however you want, but don't be stingy with the words.
Make a stingy bee. Experience. Restore your federal.
Stevens, gas up the private jet. Well, then get me a first-class flight. Fine, just bring me a little bag of peanuts.
Logistics. We're in little together. Drink plus. Yeah. Small. Nice. Butt down. Is that printer okay?
Is anything in this office okay?
Fun. Approved gets the job done. As the manager ponders their orb. Fabry says, I don't like that printer. Followed by the orb gets the job done.
Wow, I'm learning a lot from these, including things I legally shouldn't know. Round 2 of questioning. This time, I want to know how you would handle some tough workplace scenarios. Remember, you can use any word you see on your device in your answer. Try grabbing a word from the question itself.
Things you legally shouldn't know, eh?
If you dream it.
Well, as long as you don't pull that evil thing they were doing in the early 2010s when employers were trying to extort children's social media passwords from them. They weren't legally allowed to ask for those things.
No? Still can't.
I've been in a house like that.
I don't know why it's stuck together, but I kept pulling at it and it just kept staying stuck.
I'm here to inform you that you've used half of your time.
Competency. Carpentry never lasts.
Hurry up, you don't want to run out of time.
Oh, I can't wait to see these.
My memory says, I guess on a long scale, that's true. That's true for even good carpentry.
Thursday at 7 p.m. Vote for your favorite now.
That's Thursday at 7?
Getting ready for stream.
Yep.
This round, I'm giving out even more points.
Delicious.
Synergy.
Breadsticks.
Oh, big old yawn. Meow.
What did you tweet that got you called into HR?
Probably that one.
Synergy.
I don't like that water gets everywhere every time that happens. That poor mob.
An obsidian monolith that hums incessantly has appeared in the break room. How do you respond?
Lord Aubrey says the take just the period from one person's track. And if there's gonna be a monolith, you gotta do the monkey thing.
Ooh, achievement unlocked. Totally synergized.
It's bring your child to work day, and Jerry's
Like when it
son
says,
will
I'm in tune with it?
bothering you. What do you do?
That's why I do that. I do that with the... I do that with the microwave. Try and match tone, then go slightly off tone to produce a beat note. Rose had better words for that than I did. How do you even scout
What
the
do you think is lurking on our mysterious 13th floor?
Miss Frizzle.
Yeah.
Your manager texts you after work hours. What do you text back to let them know you're off the clock?
See, what I actually do is I only peek the message and don't actually ring up the text thing so they don't know I read it.
Great work.
And ignore the
That's what
hell
I'll be
out of
saying
it.
every day to the one of you who gets the job. Let's see who the front runner is.
Like, nope, I don't have the clock going. Ah, the curse of the Noldor strikes again.
Legally, I have to tell you that none of this is binding until a contract is in place, blah, blah, blah. Let's do one more icebreaker.
Like one says, first toilet kraken, then
Don't
no.
overthink it. Just put down whatever enters your mind. Unless you're thinking about Taco Tuesday and why it's not on Thursday, too. Makes no sense.
Fiat tacos. Competency. Carpentry never lasts. I feel called out by this one.
Hey, you're halfway through the timer.
Lurbubbry says, WH, why is there stapler jello mold? That is a good question, probably without a good
This is
answer.
exactly what I hoped each of you would say. Okay, it's the final round, and it appears we're missing something. Your resumes. Probably my fault. I was reading them in a park, and a big bird stole some pages. But you know what? I don't need resumes. Just
Why didn't you
finish
fight the bird?
personal
Is that a
sticky
water cooler?
that's already started on your device. And hey, don't screw it up.
Like one says, picture taken from the Woodwork Smasher Equine Trio's wanted poster. Steve says, why isn't there more stapler jello molds?
Half your time is up. Hurry up, you don't want to run out of time.
Okay, let's see him.
Oh my!
Vote on your devices now.
Like one says the desk ate them. The stapling whole type in.
It's the last round, so let's really jack up that score bonus, shall we?
Synergy.
Big points for us. Soapless anti-aging stapling moisturizer. For one of your staplers, just got like scales. It needs moisturizer. Mini dry staplers. Never bathe in the ice cream bucket.
I declare this interview over. The first rule of management is never fall in love, but one of you has stolen my heart.
Ooh, Rose purloined it.
The job goes to... Congratulations! You're our new Vice Senior Corporate Shift Sifter.
Shift
Welcome
sifter.
to the team! Oh, and Mike, you're fired. Oh, come on.
Rose says, I need at least twice that. And decline your job offer.
Job.
Yeah, I feel like this place has a lot of red flags when it comes to the corporate culture. And also some other red flags. Steve says, the best part about Job is seeing the amazing word salads people make. Yeah, like these don't even need dressing. fondue incident. How does a fondue incident get you on a no-fly list? Liverpool says truth about country western. Yep. Farts! Okay, Steve? Never bathe in the ice cream bucket. What in the hell was your... What was that question?
It's like, would you want an extra foot?
See, I choose to believe that applies to a sandwich.
I was the scalp. Oh, that was probably supposed to be washed, doesn't it?
Country western is a weird genre. Yeah, it is. See, it says sometimes I just want extra words for people to use. Yeah, I typoed. That does look a bit like a T-op, yes. Instrumental version. We've only got 15 minutes till midnight, so I'm gonna go cut the cheese.
Farts. There is so much good music in Jackbox, but this is honestly probably one of my favorites right here.
Just roll into work as Red Mage, we start casting for jeans.
Now let's see here. Let's jump out and do fibbage. That sounds like a good one. Bitch. gonna stretch my legs a minute. Hams and calves. Okay, well, I suppose 4-person round while Daniel does the cheese slices. Unless anybody else wants in last minute. And go.
2, 1. Hey, I'm Cookie, and I know I usually let you keep all the fake money you win in the game, but this time I'm taking it back at the end. I'm in deep with the fake mob. Okay, you four, I want to see some good lies today, and keep it above the belt. And if you're not playing, don't forget you can still join the audience. You can vote on decoy answers to trip up the players, and you get to take a shot at guessing the truth. Let's go. This is round 1. You'll pick up 500 points for everybody you fool, and you'll score 1,000 for finding the truth. Okay, pick a category.
Oh, Canada.
Believe it or not, 15 people in Ottawa complained to their local TV station when a broadcast of Star Trek was interrupted by blank. Now, use your device to put in a lie that you think will trick the other players into believing it. If you can't think of something, press the Lie For Me button for half the points. Do it already! Hurry up! Use a suggestion if you can't think of anything. Okay, those are the choices. Touch the truth on your device now. And what did people pick?
That was funny.
Who wants to watch someone boldly go where no one's gone before when they can watch Star Trek? All right, choose a category.
Domes.
Okay, here's the question. In 1979, Winooski, Vermont proposed building a protective dome that would cover the entire town. They thought this would help blank. Okay, enter your lies. Write something quick or use the lie for me button. All right, where's the truth?
I'm not. Thank you, sir. Oop.
Okay, what did everyone pick? And as a bonus, all the dead birds you could eat.
Not really. Like I've seen a bit of it, but.
Champagne for house month.
Mm-hmm.
Probably most for you just watch this one. Versus, oh wait, you're literally having cheese in it?
Time to pick a category.
I believe 4 midnight. I just wanted to like. I got garlic butter Ritz. I got really sharp cheddar cheese.
Okay, here's your question. The Japanese town
That
of
takes a bit of
Aomori
prep.
claims
I do
it's
it before
unique
midnight.
because it's where you'll find blank. All right, type in your lies.
That's unfortunate. Star Trek started after all humans.
Nope.
So Star Trek was...
Hurry, use the lie for me button if you're stuck.
Did I see Ted Nugent as a category option?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, look for the truth and pick it.
I know my Japanese. I might not.
All right, let's see what you guys picked.
Come on, socks. Ooh. Boxes and soxes. Nope.
Nobody got it.
Well, so much for that one.
What?
That's a long way from Nazareth.
And Golgotha. It's what? I'm very confused.
Hey, look, it's
Somewhere
round
near it's
2.
like Scarlet.
Strap in because all the points are doubled.
I'm Happy Hill.
Select the category. Here's the question. In 1946, Walt Disney Pictures was commissioned to produce a 10-minute animated short on the somewhat taboo subject of blank. Write your lies now. Hurry, hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something. Okay, find the truth.
One of these would have been Corona films, with a name like that.
I love this part.
Yeah, that would be a Corona film. The toilet and you. Actually, that's also a Corona film. They wouldn't have touched that in 46. Gotcha.
And you all missed it.
I mean, puberty was
called
awfully close
The
to that.
Story of Menstruation. Some consider it the very first period drama.
Oh!
Oh, that got right into the old shields. Oh, that was bad. That
Boo.
was really bad, Cookie.
That was really bad.
That hurt.
Hey, it's celebrity social
Steve
media
says,
time.
wow.
Celebrity social media.
Celebrity tweet. In May 2015, Shia LaBeouf oddly tweeted, "She sits, I blank in my mouth." Enter your lies now.
Like when it says pun damage, just saying.
Finish quick, or just hit... Okay, take a look and find the truth.
Hey, Screep. Happy New Year!
Shook out.
How?
Really? It wasn't that?
Shit, my mouth! Cartoon face, okay. I like ice cream in my mouth.
Happy New Year, Mom.
Give me a category.
She sits down and I just go.
Now listen up. In 1976, the Harlem Globetrotters announced that their first honorary member would be blank. Type in your lies now.
I love everything about that. See, now if I have a lie, I know exactly what I would put.
Oh.
No one would fall for it.
Hurry,
but if
hit
you-
the lie for me button if you can't think of something. Okay, here you go. Find the truth.
Nobody put Bender Bending Rodriguez? Probably Rose's lie, but I'd really like it. It'd be really funny for the truth.
Okay, let's take a look.
Ah, it's Lord Bob Ree's lie. Good job. Gotcha.
Oh my god.
Really? Truly.
What?
Logo says Happy New Year. Rosemary says Happy New Year, y'all nerds. Rose says Kian tried to get me to put in Scooby-Doo. Megalon says what? Yeah, we all said what?
This is the final
Empty
fibbage.
kiss
One
here?
question left for triple the points. Good luck.
What do you do for the Globetrotters?
Belgian professors studied library copies of 50 Shades of Grey and discovered trace amounts of blank and blank on the books. All right, type in your lies.
He says, okay, there's not a false memory I had. Oh no. I love that. I love that lie. When you're an audience member, it gives you like 3 lies too big. So basically. Yeah, one of them was terrible. It was the one that you did not
Okay,
want to
which
see. and
one
I
is the
didn't play it.
truth?
I like one of those.
Let's see what everybody selected.
Nicely done.
That was a big one.
You.
Well, there it is. Spoilers for the last book.
Props to whoever put black and white. That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
Steve simply says, ew. Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Ew.
Gross. The road fluid alarm got struck again. Where my breed just got a black and white joke. That says, yay Bob, first winner of the CST New Year. Steve put black and white. CVK.
I'm gonna pour myself some more drink real quick.
We deplete the crackers already? Yep. I was swift.
After midnight, we gonna let it all hang out.
Where there's original caramel popcorn and sea salt and pretzel.
Nom nom nom.
Oh yes.
Good night, Lord Bobry.
Shining delight. That's a key. Put down. There's a fork here. Nom. Steve? This is a chunk of pretzelage. What was that? What is me?
No, it just says good night. Which just means isn't, basically. Oh my god. But it's been like
9 minutes?
No, I was going to say that's something that you do when you take your first hot air balloon flight. It's been about 30 years since my first hot air balloon flight. And only, really, but...
Light card. Rose's champagne. Nikki Coalition was missing. Do.
これがど。あなたの歌をレイ。どとレイ。違うでしょ全然。Okay, well, folks have had sufficient time to hop in, so starting.
Welcome to Fibbage. I'm Cookie, and I'm only doing this until my shoutcasting career takes off. Hey, I thought I told you four never to show your faces around here again, but apparently I've mistaken you for someone else. I'm sorry, I'm yelling. Oh, and anyone else can get in and join the audience. The audience gets to throw extra lies into the mix and guess the truth along with players. Let's hit it.
I was about to say, you're incapable of stopping me.
This is round one, where you'll get 500 points for fooling the other players with your lies. And you'll net 1,000 for finding the truth.
I heard where there's original camouflage.
Oh,
All right, choose a category.
Oh.
First question. If you want to win back an X, maybe don't follow the lead of a student at Henan University in China. He presented his former girlfriend with 99 blank. Answer your lies now. All right, find the truth.
That's clever.
All right, who picked what?
99 red backwards go by. Rose had my number. Delicious.
Yeah, this move doesn't work unless your ex is Gallagher.
99 bikes. Enemy corrupted his save. Rose misread the question.
Okay, pick a category. Let's see what we got. According to director Peter Jackson, before his Lord of the Rings trilogy was produced, another version had been attempted where the main characters would have been played by blank. Okay, enter your lies. Hurry, use the lie for me button if you're stuck. Okay, where's the truth?
I love one of those lies. That's really funny.
All right, let's see what everybody picked.
Oh, they should do that.
Wait, what?
Nobody thought of this. I just know Yoko would have stolen the Ring of Power.
I thought that was a really good joke. They tried to do a Beatles Lord of the Rings?
Select a category.
Was Ringo Smeagol?
Ringo was probably Sam.
Here's a question for you. In 2012, 2 researchers conducted a quantitative investigation of coolness in order to determine if blank was cool. Write your lies now. Hurry! Hit the lie for me button if you can't think of something.
So good.
Okay, which one's the truth? I love this part.
It's hip to be a square.
It's hip to be a square. That seemed like something that someone would do.
Come on, lead researcher. What would happen if I spelled researcher correctly?
The paper suggests that coolness is different from being popular and likable, which is just what some popular, likable researchers would say. Get ready for round 2, where all the points are doubled. Time to pick a category.
Swedish parents, am I right?
Okay, we don't have all day.
Swedish fish.
Let's see how this strikes you. It took years to accomplish, but in 2015, JetBlue became the first airline to have blank in their JFK terminal. Enter your lies now. Write something quick or use the lie for me button.
Rose says she didn't click that.
Okay, seek the truth.
Those others confusing me.
Let's see how things shook out.
Maribel's have been in airlines for ages. Potato farm is confusing. Good job, Rose. No, that was me. No! Wrong! False! Why? How?
But if you go there for lunch, be prepared for delays.
It was Jack Ruby.
The guy who killed Lee Harvey Oswald.
He's probably dead.
All right, choose a category.
What?
Steve says potatoes are the future.
Try this one. Once a year, the elephants in Vienna Zoo are allowed to eat blank. Type in your lies now. Okay, here are your choices. Let's see what everybody selected.
Yep. Knowing what elephants
That looks
eat.
like collusion, but I'll let it go. And when it leaves their body, it looks like a wreath.
It says 1, 2.
Hey, let me show you
patron.
something.
Yeah, that's a treat. Steve says
Check
only
out
one.
the two little squares on this patented invention. That's right, this is underwear that comes with blank. Okay, enter your lies.
Too close to the truth.
Hurry up, use a suggestion if you can't think of anything.
Ah.
All right, pick the truth.
Ew.
All right, let's see what you guys picked.
They do make underwear of that.
Why did you?
That shading, I started to get really good. Wait, that couldn't be right. Did people just use the watch pocket of
I
their
don't
pants?
need these, I keep a condom in my wallet. Yep, still there.
Steve says they have to share. The elephants, that is.
It's time for the
Yeah, that's
final
Ricky Park one,
fibbage. One
unfortunately.
last question, and it's worth triple. Good luck. Vessex is a particularly niche business. It collects blank from blank. All right, type in your lies. Finish quick. Okay, where's the truth?
I like these two.
Okay, let's take a look.
Good job.
That certainly seems like a reasonable business.
So I think it might be one of the ones I thought was funny. Interesting. Cool! Don't tell Chris about that. Spartan Jenny. I was going for humor.
What?
Steve Martin, best audience live. That was also me. I'm a maker of trouble.
As I try to figure out
So can we get into
I answer carefully.
TJ linked me a thing in which someone is someone is shouting in Radzat They're saying, "Need a rat in your hand, then come to the summoning bell in Radzat We got rats in hand to put in your hand." Ever said rats? I have no rats in hand. Well, no more. We have all the rats for your hands and rats at hand. Find us near the summoning bell.
I get it. It's a thought on the name. How it sounds. I'm not too sure, but I think it probably translates closer to City on the Rock. Since it's a city on top of a rock.
I want to go back to House on the Rock. That place is so cool. The House on the Rock.
Is that a sequel to Little House on the Prairie?
No.
It's like hard mode?
No, it's a house that this guy built, like, pretty much by himself. Like he like built it bit by bit, gradually expanding it over the years, and in a style that was very much inspired by Frank Lloyd Wright. In fact, it was kind of a screw you to Flankroid. Flankroid Light.
Light. Perfect.
I can talk.
Achievement unlocked.
Screw you to him because it's not all that far from one of his famous houses. What's the name of it?
Did you just see Worst Grandpa show up briefly? Grandpa Joe?
You should always flank Lloyd Wright. Hey Matt, Happy New Year. Let's see. But anyway, yeah, he,
you got his personality, good job.
Head-on attacks are doomed to failure. So yeah, it was a really interesting, neat-looking kind of place. And then people were like, "Hey, I'd like to come take a tour of your house." And word spread, and it's like, "Oh, okay, I guess this is a thing I can do." And so he started charging like $0.25 a person to just come and tour his house. And then he just started building more and more stuff and collecting things and like fabricating things to fit into his collection, because like there's a lot of real like semi-modern American and European kitschy artifacts in there, but also just a bunch of stuff he made up that fit the same pattern. You know, like what was it? It was something like a horse carriage, but that was drawn by a motorcycle.
Horse-drawn motorcycle.
Yeah, and like, you know, the reins would actually turn the thing. I don't know if it actually worked, but he built it, like he built the thing and assembled it and showed it off there, as though it and you know, he didn't outright say that it was a real historical artifact, but he also didn't really. He kind of obfuscated the nature of it.
It's an iron horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's like this one room that has these enormous, really pretty chandeliers, but like the light housings on the chandeliers are all actually salad bowls. They're like these red plastic salad bowls, but it looks really pretty, and he like made these himself. All the stuff he made, he had no formal training in either. He just decided he was going to do it, and he did it. And that's impressive on its own, you know? And a whole bunch of like these, it might be in the same room as these chandeliers, but like these very artistic looking pipe organs, like the keyboards for them, some of which were real, some of which he just put together in these bizarre orientations, but like not more bizarre than some of the actual ones that were there. There's just all this stuff, some of it real, some of it fake, all of it really interesting. I'm gonna wash the sticky off my fingers real quick. I'll be right back.
Why you sticky? Well, his world's best grandpa. That makes more sense. World's worst grandpa. Grandpa Joe. He knows what he did. Special thanks to the people of Florida.
All right, let's switch games here. Come on. Where the hell is my cursor? There it is. It's so tiny.
You should activate that thing that makes a little ping maneuver happen when you press control.
It's so small, I can't even find it. Let's do bracketeering.
So it says, so he's waiting for the creator of Jackbox's butt.
It's almost Remy.
It says, whoa, it's like my name. Where's me?
Yeah, that's close to that too. Car.
Oh, right, it does that. I put caramel corn. In fact, I put an extra A there. Caramel corn.
No, that's how you spell it.
Isn't it spelled caramel corn?
No?
It's just pronounced caramel, isn't it? Sometimes. By some people.
Yeah, regionally, the word is sometimes pronounced caramel.
Nick HP says, I believe it. He's been with the company since the early Edo Nojactes. Come on, folks, let's put together a bracket. Get arrested for bracketeering.
Yep. I just finished it. Come on, more people join in. Everybody bracketeer. We're the bracketeers. You can be one too. Because ranking
on garbage is a thing to do.
There you go. I was going to say, because ranking random shit is the thing to do.
Okay, so speaking of which, anybody remember that You Don't Know Jack game show?
No, I don't.
Rose vaguely does. I didn't know there was one. I remember the various handheld games.
I don't remember handheld anything.
With little cartridges. And I want to say they produced like a DVD quiz sort of a thing.
I remember playing it a few times over at Christian's house because he had it, and that's where we pretty much always had the cast parties for high school drama class.
Enter KHB says they let Paul Rubens host it.
That actually sounds kind of familiar now that you say that.
Wow. Pee Wee Herman had a quiz show. YouTube link to the show. It ran on ABC apparently. When was this?
Is this around when we were in high school? Like, that strikes me as being about the right time frame for something like that to happen. Yeah, very early 2000s. Bruh. Did we lose a Steve?
Steve, you in? I think I'm seeing Rose, Ender KHP, maybe.
And the two of us.
Maybe BRE. Amusingly, Rose got the cat girl robot.
Is that a cat girl? Those look more like horns to me.
I don't know, the facial structure looks feline.
Well, maybe a little bit.
Look at a nicey kitty. Granted, look at that nicey kitty.
There's kitty everywhere in this bitch.
Previously, if I looked over there, I'd also see kitty, but he's been out. Good guess, IMDb says 2001.
Cool.
Huh. Very nice.
Yeah.
It says, dang, Ruben's makeup caked on. Did he use that invention where he put like a makeup cartridge into a modified shotgun and just blend?
That's not real. That's a Simpsons
You
reference.
mean Homer didn't invent the makeup shotgun? Yeah, I think we lost the scene.
Okay, well, let us go ahead and begin.
2, 1. We've got big fun waiting to be unleashed. We'll be posing some of life's most important questions. Your answers will be paired off in a no-holds-barred tournament. And your votes will determine which answers advance in the bracket. As we whittle down to our championship winner, this is bracketeering! I'm sending the topic of our first bracket to your devices now. Best name for a football team of scrappy underdogs. Enter your answers now. You're all going to write 2 of your best answers. If one of them wins the whole bracket, you'll be rolling in cash. By the way, you can join the audience and play along by going to jackbox.tv and entering the room code.
No, 3 letters too long.
I didn't know they wanted to.
How is that?
Time's running out.
Oh, hell.
Your answers
When
are
in
being
doubt, just go
paired
first,
off
sorry.
into one-on-one matchups. That means it's time to sidle up to the prediction table. On your device, you'll see one of the upcoming matchups for this bracket. If you can predict the answer that will get the most votes, you could win some sizable bonus bucks. The predictions are in. Let's dive into our first bracket. What a showdown! Use your device to vote on which you think deserves to win. But don't forget, if you change your mind, you can change your vote.
The Wizards versus the
Like
Melvins.
falling off a log.
Yeah, hell was just me running out of time.
Next up, 2 Titans squaring off. No one thought it would be this close.
Nobody wanted it to win. Or exists for that matter. No.
Right down the
Oh,
middle.
shoot.
Show your support for your answer by tapping on your device as fast as you can.
Off target.
The tie has been broken.
I was tapping on that.
Finally, we can go on with our lives. What an upset. No one saw this one coming.
Rose, you really voted the Scrappy News?
Let's see what's happening over on the other side of the bracket.
Because of 3?
A clear favorite.
Looks like Mike Tyson's going down.
Just running out the clock now. That kind of domination is illegal in some states.
Sometimes you gotta press start.
And that answer pays out 20 prediction winners. And now our last 2 contenders face off.
Paradox could remove and no one would care about it. It'd be that thing. These are bad names.
This one's looking over.
The fighting kids in the back at the bottom of the river.
Dominating win.
He says, of course, that is part and parcel of purpose.
Before we
It's
get
over
on to
midnight,
round
Mark. They
2,
can't all be
it's
winners.
time to make another prediction.
That's the point of a bracket. Someone lose.
Yeah.
You've got a new matchup waiting
Most
for you
losers.
on your device. Predict the one you think is going to win. The predictions are in. Let's jump back to our bracket for round 2. Folks, I've been waiting for this matchup my entire career. The struggle is real.
No.
An epic
Looks like
showdown.
we're
No
going
overtime on this one. Tap on your device as fast as you can to cheer for your answer. That tie went bye-bye.
Really?
I'm going to miss the tie times.
Says that really long name might be worth it just to hear the answer.
We're just one match away from our finals. Lend me your comb, young
I'm
Delilah.
missing a vote periodically.
And now the final face-off. What is the best name for a football team of scrappy underdogs?
Enough here. Underdogs.
One answer is showing some promise. The lead keeps changing hands. It's a nail-biter. Moving into overtime. Show your support for your answer by tapping on your device as fast as you can. We have our first winner.
Hurts. Oh yeah, I got points.
Wow, what a bracket. Let's see how the scores shook out.
This game should always be played with an odd number of people. The beat the crap out of your device with one hand game sucks.
It's time for the blind bracket. We'll start with just the category. Enter any word ending in ing.
Done and
Go
done.
ahead and write the first thing that comes to mind. We'll see the real bracket title after you answer. Let's see what this bracket is really about.
Happy New Year.
Coolest
New
thing
Year.
to have a Guinness World Record for.
Look, HP says
Time to get in those predictions.
Just running, walking, all things.
The predictions are in. It's go time. Out of the gate with a big lead.
No. Not doing that.
This one seems like it's open. Get out of the way. Our next matchup. These answers exchanged some harsh words at the press conference.
Oh no, the end of the summer phenomenon. Versus
Hey, Vince. Hey, buddy.
No contest.
If only I could do the dance that we're doing after.
Let's see what tensions are mounting over in the Omega Conference. This one's looking over already.
I feel like trying to get a Guinness record on that is a good way to
Ran away with that one.
HP says, be beezing and doozing, not cheesing and doozing.
It's time to round out the bracket with this vicious matchup.
I don't want to hold the record for squelching.
That sounds gooey. Ooey, like those bars.
A regular juggernaut.
Can't you see my helmet?
Before we get on to round two, it's time to make another prediction. The predictions are in. Let's jump back to our bracket for round two.
Come on, in the summer
Overwhelming support already. It's really going back. You will not be denied.
Never been animated.
This could be the answer to beat, but let's check out the competition.
Try to play the game.
It was very generic, wasn't it?
Voters are being loud and clear on this one.
Gameplay-wise, yes. Story was completely insane.
No contest.
HP says, I remember the how can
An easy bet that pays off.
Yogurted with
This final matchup will determine what would be the coolest activity for a Guinness World Record.
This is actually a tough choice.
It is.
A real tug of war. This one's looking over. We've got overtime. Tap on your device as fast as you can to cheer for your answer. We have a winner.
Damn it.
Let's take another peek at the scoreboard.
How in the heck are you winning those?
I'm going.
That's nothing in comparison to what I was doing. I was pressing 2 different buttons. I was like...
It's all been leading up to this. Time for the triple blind bracket. This bracket will change every single round. Let's start with a category.
Well, no, I was demonstrating it more slowly.
Name any
to make
color.
it clear what I was doing.
Who knows what crazy twists and turns this bracket will take?
Whenever I was getting too fast, it was locking me on. Your name's colored Dave. Now I'm just stuck here. In a cage piece.
Time's running out.
To be fair, if you saw it, you wouldn't pick either. How about Mauve? Like the Mauve Avenger from Hey Arnold.
Let's see what we're dealing with. Scariest color for your poop to be. Time to get in those predictions. All cash is doubled this round, so make these choices count.
That's not a color.
That's not a color, but it has a color.
The predictions are in. Time to get it on. This matchup was bound to happen.
One of those colors is kind of common. The other would make me wonder if I accidentally ate some clay.
That victory will not require a recount, but I'm not allowed to talk about politics. Moving on to our next matchup. This is why we do this, folks.
Page 3, no?
An upset in the making.
Especially if you're reading like recently in the open here.
Just running out the clock now. Big win, Daddy likes.
Chartreuse boost.
Let's see what tensions are mounting over in the Eastern Conference. I can't believe I'm seeing this.
That's deeply questionable. No, it's real.
I am on the edge of my seat.
7 isn't a color, and if it somehow managed to be 7, I would
That
deeply
was
perturbed.
ugly.
I'd assume some kind of chthonic entity was running around, causing trouble with
There's cash if you predicted this one.
Veil of reality. Turn, turn, turn.
And now our last two contenders face off.
Golden berry. Oops, how about never?
They're on fire.
And it says Final Fantasy represents. HB says also your poop being the color of the blood of man means I'm doing this right.
Let's switch up this bracket. The best color for a rebellious teenager's hair. Get those predictions in now. The predictions are in. Let's jump back to our bracket for round 2. This is a big one. Who'll come out on top? Looks like we're heading to overtime on this one. Show your support for your answer by tapping on your device as fast as you can.
Break the line.
Gaga goo goo, I'm a baby.
What happened? I think the right mouse
The finals are just a win away from these next two answers.
That was weird.
Moving into overtime. Tap on your device as fast as you can to cheer for your answer.
What about Vulcan? This is like air colors.
The tie is broken. Oh, how I hate ambiguity. One final switcheroo. Best color for a wedding gown. I hope your answers still make sense. And now the definitive matchup.
That goes right question.
Winner. Let's see who won it all.
Says they didn't show me the logic of my laser. Little Max by Caramel Corn. That sounds like macaroni and cheese, Jason. I'd like to do another one of these with an odd number of people.
Let's jump to a different game.
Mark Turtlets.
Gross.
I'm pretty certain that's not what his last name actually said, but we're gonna flip by before I can read it properly. Yeah, it does sound incredibly gross.
And that is, I don't.
You don't what?
Turd wet?
I said turd wets, not
Mark.
Turds wet.
No, Mark Turd wets. It's like, I don't turd wet.
No, that'd be turds wet.
I think you. I think.
Turd wets would imply like wetting a turd.
Yes, exactly.
Like after the fact, as opposed
Yes.
to turning left, which is different.
Yes. That is what I was saying.
In which case you should have said, I don't like turns. This is a disturbing and silly conversation.
Yeah. Let's survive the internet. Foreign words that mean butt. New Year's Eve kissing simulator.
Arsk.
Certainly the right time for that.
Everyone says, is that always there? Is the game read the system clock and put up stuff to match?
There's always something there. I have no idea if it's reading the system clock to put that there, or if it's entirely coincidental.
I think it definitely checks for major holidays.
Probably.
The folder over there is probably random as all heck. Foreign words that mean butt. This is absolutely someone's high school laptop.
And while we wait for people to filter in...
And look at that resolution. Was it's like 800 by 600? Something like that. What a low New Year's resolution. Lead us that. And then it fetched a little more drink. Zoom! I smell shit. Munchies! In a cage, he said. Surely, is there anything that unites all humanity more than knowing your fellow man has a potentially hilarious word for Rose is putting in a frozen pizza. First midnight munchie of the year.
Now, is no one else joining?
Yes, anyone else want to play Survive the Internet? Code EGIQ. It says friends, Romans, countrymen, caboose. Raucous, terrifying applause. Your mom says, I didn't know caboose was Latin.
I'll do your Latin homework.
I'll do your dog's Latin homework.
Matt here was the source of that I'll do your Latin homework thing. Hey, Vance. He's just standing there looking at me.
Hi. He's not sure if he wants to come over here or go up there.
Meow.
Hello.
Well, if it's down to just the three of us,
Michael, in a second.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say we could switch to Civ and just not sleep tonight.
That sounds like a bad idea. Rose says, "Ooh," to that.
Although actually I am kind of starting to get kind of tired, so I probably wouldn't be able to last for very many rounds or very many turns of Civ.
Eventually, Michael will finish typing what he said. I wonder what it is.
Actually, while we're on it, what is butt in Latin?
Let's see. Caboose, Middle Dutch, can we, ship's galley. Low German, caboose, wooden cabin on ship's deck. Ah, it's Germanic. I think Michael got busy looking up caboose. The online etymology difference. The online etymology dictionary is a wonderful thing.
Okay, so butt as in object of ridicule is ludibrium. That makes sense. Ludus for
That's ludicrous comes from.
well, where like fun game play comes from. Ludus. So the object of play would be the ludibrium. That makes sense. And but as a verb, arietare or cornupatere. What does a horn have? Oh, like, but as in like I guess goat, yeah, headbutts, goats butting heads. I would assume.
So the object of play is a ludibrium. Does that mean like every football, baseball, every sport ball would be a ludibrium?
I don't know if that would be the same construction. And but as in buttocks, there's clunes, nates, and piga. and Piga being like Calipigian for having a big butt.
Yeah, they say Calipigian girls make the moon just go round.
I misheard that is make the moon just go round. Oh, you gonna take me home tonight? Well, okay, I guess we're playing a 3-player game of this.
I guess we're playing the feud. Michael, on, you don't want to end on this? Is that like cornering of boards? Maybe it's like a laughing stock?
For the ludibrium, yeah. That would be... Ow!
That would be ow.
My back itched. Like a sharp itch.
Oh, shark itch. Okay. They're saying my back itched. Like a shark. Sounds incorrect.
Okay. Well, gotta hit button.
3, 2, 1.
The button has been hit.
Only 3 of you. That's not a lot of players for this game.
Hello.
Oh look, my buddy Gene is online. If you're a fan of Jeff Dunham, you're gonna love this guy. Don't forget you can join the audience at any time. If enough people do it, maybe we can break the internet. All right, prepare for liftoff.
They brought in an NPC.
Hello, my name is Todd. You probably know me from all of my inspirational posts. In case you need some instructions, check out this quick tutorial.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Partyboy7 here to teach you how to play Survive the Internet. So in each round, you'll get a prompt on your device. Go ahead and answer it. Those responses will then be sent to another player. The objective is to twist these words in the most ridiculous way possible. So if my friend Paul said selfie sticks are, quote, super dumb, then I would take him out of context. Say we're on a news site. Their super dumb would be an outrageous comment to what headline? Oh, I got it. Everybody then votes on whose comment looks the most absurd. I get rewarded for writing the twist, and Paul gets some pity points for looking foolish. The person with the most points at the end of the game wins. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. Please. I feel so empty inside.
Let's start things off at a web forum. Okay, you're getting a prompt on your device. Don't overthink your response. Just follow your gut.
I don't like that all the global data is going right into the trash.
Another player's comment has been sent to your device. Twist their words in the funniest way possible.
Playing ghost stories. It's scary how bad they are.
It's the moment of truth.
What do you think, you Europeans?
Oh no! Don't eat your puppies!
Which of these made you laugh the hardest? Vote now. Here's what people think. This is who burned you. Some points for them. And you, the victim, get some pity points. You look foolish.
Don't you eat the puppies? Don't do it.
Here's the order of who I think is cool from top to bottom.
That's burn. You mean only burn? There be no further burns.
Okay, let's move on. Let's go to a video site. You're getting another prompt. Go ahead and be candid. This is our safe space. I hope this inspires you. Take this quote out of context so it makes its author look ridiculous. Ready or not, here we go.
Hi, Jane. Oh. No, don't watch. She's great. Puppies!
Here are your candidates. Now place your votes. Let's see how everybody voted. Well, that's something you can't unsee. How will that shuffle the leaderboard? Let's find out.
No, Jane falls into the cloud. That's fine. They figured it out again.
Let's keep this party train moving and go to a e-commerce site. Check out this new prompt. Or don't. I'm not your dad. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist.
Congrats, you won a lifetime supply of defibrillators. Oh boy. What that is?
It's Agent Scully.
Ah.
Here we go again.
I can see Victoria in the last week. What? Why is that 5 stars, by the
All
way?
right, let's get those boats in. Let's see who got the points.
Thanks for the points, Gene.
Good grief.
I think Rose is going to win again.
Let's check the scoreboard. We only have time for one more, so let's end it at a photo sharing site. The points are worth double this round, so literally anything can happen. Here is your last prompt. It's the last round, so don't hold anything back. Okay, let's see how you've grown as writers.
Oh! Gene?
Okay, time to vote. And here are the results. Wow, you guys are really letting Gene have it.
Gene's not
Oh
very
man,
good at
it all
this.
comes down to this.
Woohoo!
Well done. This has to be
Yep.
one of your all-time highlights.
Rose says, woo! Spencer and... That's been almost some writing, I guess.
Don't order the ham.
We need to talk about helmets. Oh, poor Gene. It's coming. Around. That's the bird gun now. Oh wait, no, he doing it.
Oh, and Amy's covering her nose with her paw. Uh-huh. It's so cute when they do that.
These things are cute.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, it is after midnight, and I grow tired.
You don't want to do this.
No. Nah.
Okay.
We appear to have dwindled down to 3 players, so... So, thanks for hanging out, folks. For my birthday and for the new year. I hope to see y'all again real soon. I need to double check with Cyan whether or not he's planning to stream tomorrow night. Because I know I said that I would be glad to yield tomorrow night if he would like to take it in exchange for tonight's time slot. But he just streamed early tonight instead, so if nobody else is going to be streaming tomorrow night, I still will, for sure. In which case, that'll be, I'll be playing 2 Point Hospital. But after that, if I can get my sleep schedule fixed, Monday, Wednesday, Friday afternoons, I'm playing ukulele. And Thursday nights are La Pucelle Tactics.
It is. This is nighty night and happy birthday game.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope to see you all next time. Is there anybody for me to raid? Let's see here. Proof that moon landing was fake.
No one I follow is live right now, but you might have some.
Mix that and flip over here. That is not what I was trying to do. Why did that happen? Oh, Sakura Tsubasa is streaming. It looks like a Link to the Past randomizer. We still need to do that. We still need to have our own race.
Link to the randomizer.
Wait, I thought it was following Cam.
Did you stop following Cam? Maybe Cam changed channel name. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe you accidentally stopped following Cam because that stupid button is right there. It's easy to accidentally hit it sometimes.
That is true. But yeah, Sakura Tsubasa is streaming, so I'm gonna go raid her, see how her randomizer is going. She's way better at it than I am. She's had way more practice. But yeah, thanks again. Hope to see y'all next time. Happy New Year. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Now waiting for the countdown. It's a final countdown. There we go. Great.